The meeting will come to order, please. Michaela or Paul, do we have any directors on Zoom? Because right now, we just have a quorum. Okay. I'm asking Michaela, please.
At this time, we do not have any directors on Zoom.
Michaela, who do we have, or Paul? Who's on Zoom?
We just have a resident and an advisor on Zoom so far. There are no directors on Zoom.
All right, so we do have a quorum, but there's no directors waiting to talk on Zoom right now, right? Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the regular open meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. It is Tuesday. It's August 9th at 9:30, and we have a hybrid meeting. We have board and we have virtual. So the meeting is to order, and I'd ask Director Cash-Akakar to lead us in the pledge, please.
Everybody please stand and face the flag, please. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may seat.
Any media here? I don't see anybody, okay. Okay, item number 4 is approval of the agenda. I hope all the directors have a copy of the agenda. Director Blackwell, you have the floor.
Thank you. I move that we remove 12C from the agenda. The board is as yet uninformed, not informed enough to make an informed decision. There are 4 statements in the resolution which I question. Only one of them has been voted on. We are not prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. So Director Blackwell would like to have 12C removed from
Objection?
the agenda,
I second the motion.
and it's been seconded. All right, now open for debate. Who wants to debate this? Director Ascari.
Thank you. All information was sent. There is no question that not respond. Is already passed, this one. So it is for debate today. We can debate. If there is no, is no. If there is yes, yes. And if there is any question and still didn't answer, you can decide at that time. I have objection to remove this one. This has been 2-3 months in here, and every month passed, we are losing money. And we cannot afford to lose money more than this. Please support to stay here for this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Do we have any? Director Ross.
Yeah, this, I agree with Director Azar that this development of this discretionary investment change has been going on for the last several months. And at the last board meeting, we agreed to the resolution to go ahead with the 28-day discussion, review of it, and at the end of the discussion, we would take a vote, yes or no. That would be today, whether to approve it or not to approve it. So I object to the removal of item 12C.
Thank you, Director Ross. Now I'd like to see somebody here want to talk for it. Diane Casey, do you want to talk?
In favor?
I am in favor, absolutely, and I just don't think we're ready. I think, this is a very big decision. We were supposed to get another advisor to look at it, another independent advisor, and that did not happen.
It happened.
Finance did not make that happen, and so I believe that is improper. Microphone on? What? Microphone.
Yes, again.
Yes, so to begin again, I would say that I believe that finance didn't do enough to get the independent advisor to weigh in if they didn't want to trust our advisor's opinion. And also, to have VMS manage these funds is not a correct situation either. So I'm just against it, and I'm for this, taking it off the agenda and doing a further study. This is a big deal. It's not something light, that two people that aren't investment savvy have the choice to make this decision. Anyway, that's how I vote.
Thank you, Director Casey. Do we have any more? Director Lee?
I'm also in favor of putting this off the agenda, mainly because we, during the meeting 28 days ago, we passed a resolution that we'll have a 28 days of review. Within 28 days, all we did was insist their own position. We did not have any input from outsiders, and I also had a chance to speak with a gentleman who offered to be advisory board, was never been contacted. He was the former president of investment club in Laguna Woods Village, who had a lot more knowledge than I did in finance. So I don't know whether we have formed the advisor group, or have we ever heard from anybody other than us. So I feel that we definitely need more time to hear from outside other than our members. Because, our members, as knowledgeable as they are, we're all limited in our own field. And this takes more than a personal experience, I feel. So I'm in favor of putting it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Any more comments from Director Ascari?
Again?
Yes, because the information that given is not correct. Yes, the third party has been contacted, and you will receive from the finance a report. So please stay, and please let this one be on the agenda, because we will have a report today. Yes, you will see.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Anybody else, directors, want to debate this? Are we ready for a vote?
Ready for what?
All right, Director Blackwell.
I have a question.
Okay, Director
Shouldn't we
Lee?
have a report before we vote? Because this vote is very important, and we cannot afford to rush it.
This is just to put it on
Wait,
the...
let's have some order here. This is going to get out of control. Director Lee, you have the floor.
All I am saying is that now the director said that we'll have a report this afternoon. I feel that we should have a report before we can vote. This vote is very, very important. It affects $15 million that we have, and I feel that we're not ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Blackwell, you have something?
No, as I say, I find 4 statements on the resolution itself which need explanation. Only 1 point was ever voted on. Another one was discussed but not voted on in the Finance Committee, and here we are, and that's it. So I think we need to know more. We need to have this investment change explained to us, what that actually means.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Anybody else? Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
All right, can we restate the resolution? I mean, it's,
No, the vote is,
It's just
this
for
is
the
just agenda vote.
This is an agenda.
This is just agenda vote. Just to keep it on the agenda? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no,
remove it.
we're trying to, it's a vote whether to take it off the agenda or move it on.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
Yes.
Maggie.
yeah.
She means you.
All right. This bothered me, it was ever on the agenda last month because it was something added the month before. And I noticed that the last few years, this has been done a lot, things just suddenly added to the agenda. And, that's not the purpose of that law, to just find a way to get around what you didn't put on the agenda during agenda planning. It has to be really critical to be suddenly attached with a vote to the agenda, and that worried me right from the beginning. And then items in this. This may be some of what Maggie picked out, but when you talk about people in favor of taking this money out of our account where it is now and putting it in the tiered account, that it'll be safe because we're getting the bank insurance on it now. Well, that's only FDIC. If any of you don't know what FDIC is, that's just insurance on if the bank crashes, for instance, the money that you have in the bank is protected, just that amount, not any money you spent, not any money that was lost, just the cash amount, so to speak, that you have in the bank. And it takes, we found out last time when we had banks, if you remember not too many years ago, we had banks crash, all right, and close. We found out that it can take years to get that money back. I don't see FDIC insurance a good reason to go ahead with this change. And studying this and looking at it, but not a money person, not a financial advisor. I presume you've had some good ones, or if not, you're going to have them. I don't understand all of this as well as someone else. But one thing that's real clear to me, if you go ahead and vote for this, we're going to immediately lose at least $1 million. United Mutual will lose at least $1 million. This needs to be put aside. Some of the things that I brought up and probably what Maggie has have to be handled first. This is not a little matter. This isn't putting in charger machines for electric cars. This is a big situation that you're making for future people to come who aren't even here yet. We've got to be very careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments on this? Don't forget what we're doing. We're talking about the agenda here, and Director Blackwell has moved to remove 12C from the agenda for today. If there's no more discussion, I assume we're ready for the vote. So the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is to amend the agenda by removing 12C from the agenda.
Sorry, Mr. President, can I clear something? If we just put it being in the agenda, then we can get the report from the finance department?
Yes.
Or more
Yes.
information from?
Well, from what I hear from the residents and some directors, it needs to be discussed, if I'm hearing right.
Yes, we won't
So what we
discuss.
could do, we could take it off.
Are we taking the vote now?
Maggie,
Well, it's
let's clear it
Said you were
first.
going
Let's clear it.
Yeah,
If
but
we
if you
wanted to
wanted
take
to-
it out,
All
how
right,
we
let's
can
have
get
some
the
order here. I'm in
information?
charge of this meeting. And we want to take 12C off. This is for the agenda. We want to take, there's been a motion on the floor to take 12C off the agenda for today. Let's take a vote on this. All in favor of taking it off the agenda for today, raise your hands, please.
Taking it off.
Are we tabling it a month, or do we just take it off?
You're out of order. You're out of order.
Well, he needs to
You
vote.
got the count
May I
here?
ask a question? May I ask
Yeah.
a question?
No, we're taking the vote. So you got the count, Paul?
Well, is Andre voting?
Yeah, he can vote, and so can Bastani, but I don't have their,
Well, so far we have 3 in favor.
how many votes for EA? We have, is Bastani and Director Torn voted?
Director Pristani, what's your vote?
No, I don't want to take it off the agenda.
Okay, so, and, all right, let's go. So we have, and all here on the board, we have Bastani's vote that are, want to take it off the nose. Please
No,
raise your
only
hand.
3 no's. So far, only 3 no's.
You don't, nobody voted.
The motion
no.
failed.
You didn't
3
ask
yes.
for the
We
no.
have, listen, I'm controlling this meeting now, stop it. All those in favor of taking 12C off the agenda, raise your hand. Do I have a count?
Yes, the motion failed, 3-7.
Thank you, so it's off. So that's off the agenda.
No,
No.
no, it's not
No,
on.
it's on the agenda.
It's in the agenda.
It stays on.
All right, so it's on the agenda to be dealt with. All right,
So, but I have another request for the agenda. I would like to move 11B Part C to the unfinished. There is in the report that they come, some calculation doesn't make sense, and I need some answer to that.
Which one is that?
11B Part 3. Move to unfinished to the 12E.
All right, so Director Ascari wants to move 11B3, is that correct?
Yes, as
You want to move it to where?
to the unfinished business.
To unfinished business. All right, so Director Ascari wants to move from the consent calendar, 11B3, to unfinished business. Do we want to discuss that? I don't see any hands up. Is Director Torn or Director Bastani want to discuss that?
No, I agree.
All right, so we're going to remove B3 from the consent calendar and move it down to unfinished business. And what number will we give it?
12E?
E?
Paul, you want to make it 12E or what?
Yes?
Yes.
Don't you think it should be before the committee reports?
No, that's committee appointments. That's committee.
Oh, appointments, okay.
So it would be fine.
All right.
Did we have a second to that motion?
Do we have a second?
Okay, thank you.
All in favor of the motion to move it down to unfinished business, raise your hands. You got to count? All those not in favor, raise your hands. And I don't know what the people on Zoom are doing because I don't have.
So unanimous vote for yes.
All right,
Paul,
so
we don't have a screen. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I wanted to say.
so it's approved then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's moved. Director Ross.
Yeah. I think we agreed to eliminate 12D, update committee assignments, committee appointments. We did that last month.
No, but there's a new one.
No,
Oh,
there's a new one. There's a new one.
Never mind.
All right, board. Do we agree on the agenda as amended? I don't see any hands up. Director Bastani, do you agree with the agenda as amended?
Yes,
Thank you. Director Torn, do you agree with the agenda as amended?
Okay with me.
All right, so the agenda is accepted by the board as amended. Let's go on to the meetings, the minutes. Number 5, approval of the minutes for July 12th, 2022, a regular open meeting. Are there any omissions, deletions, or corrections from the board? I don't see any, so those minutes are approved. 5B, minutes from July 28th, agenda prep meeting. Are there any omissions, deletions, or corrections for those minutes? I don't see any, I don't hear any, so those are approved. Report of the chair. I have really nothing to say except it's going to be a long day. So as you can see, I'm going to insist on following protocol here. So let's keep that in mind. It's going to be a long day. Lunch will be cold before we get to it. So let's move along here. Now we'll go to open forum. And open forum, do we have any, Paul or Michaela?
Yes, our first speaker is Maxine McIntosh.
Maxine, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wondered if you're going to be discussing any of the upcoming election. And on the 17th of this month, the candidates running for the board will be speaking here in this room. And I'm hoping we're getting a lot of publicity on this. A lot of people newer to our community really haven't learned the system yet. They need a lot of good information. Just relying on a computer or the newspaper isn't enough. I have a number of people that come to me regularly and say they watch this meeting on TV. and they count on that as bringing them up to date. So I hope we're going to have some, possibly you have it in your agenda, to give information today about the upcoming election and what to do if you lose your ballot and so forth. We have a neighbor here in United who is real loyal to United, and he's been here about 17 years, and about once every year or two he comes over, he just wants to check bases with me, and he brings me information. And he was very concerned one day when I wasn't home. He found a coyote dying in my front yard, and it's a young one, not one dying of age. And a couple doors down, I pointed out to him one day when I was in a hurry for an appointment that it looked like a squirrel had fallen out of a tree and was injured. And they took that squirrel into their patio, and they worked with her for 4 days to try to save her life. And the squirrel died anyhow, and then a baby fell out and died. And they felt it looked like they were poisoned. I think the coyote is acting like he's poisoned. I don't know what we can do, if we can get the animal control people to see that it may be a widespread problem. Last year we had a skunk killed in our area. I think people don't realize that skunks don't spray people. They spray animals that come after them. And if you're just walking along and you pass one 6 feet away, it's not going to spray you. If we ever had anyone sprayed here in the village, I never heard of it. And I think a lot of people are worried the minute they see a skunk, they think they're going to be sprayed. So who knows what's behind that? But maybe there's something here that the correct committee can look at and do something about to inform people to live in harmony with our wildlife if we can. Hope to see you all on the 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, McIntosh. Anybody else?
I think it's 19th.
It's the 19th.
19th.
I didn't even keep the date straight. I'm so sorry.
Who's next?
I lose points on that one. It's the 19th. I was corrected.
19th, yeah.
Do we have anybody else, Paul?
Yeah, our next speaker is Sylvia Heyman.
So, yeah, you have the floor. Okay, next, Paul.
Okay, our next speaker is Patricia Brady.
Patricia, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to speak to the board about my breezeway. We have a dirt area,
Excuse me, could you,
We can-
what is your banner number, please?
466B.
I'm sorry, what's the number?
B as in boy.
Thank you.
The
I can't hear
area
the
is
banner
right
number.
under where
Can't
the
hear I didn't hear
stairs.
the banner number. Sorry, I didn't hear the banner number. Can you speak that clearly?
466B as in boy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Continue,
Anyway,
please.
we would like to have something done with that area, put bricks or something in there. We used to have a lot of potted plants in there, but they've made us remove those. I don't know why, but they did. Anyway, I'd like to have someone come and look at that area because it really looks terrible. It looks so unkept and terrible. It's just dirt. And all of the others in the area have bricks or something put in there. And I was wondering if we could get some put in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Paul?
At this time, there are no other member comments in open forum.
That reverberation, can we deal with that?
And we don't have a screen again. We don't have a screen again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so, response to open forum, Director Ross, you've got something to offer the community here?
Yep. Okay, I'm going to read the name of the matter, the complaint, and what's being done to correct it. So this is matter 2030C. The complaint was about staffing, dead trees, had not received a response from staff from 2020 for a neighbor's plumbing issue. Landscape went to the residents on 7/12 and spoke to the resident by phone. The dead tree had been removed. The concern was it has not been replaced. The location is a crowded area close to the perimeter wall. Her main concern is the noise from El Toro. Landscape will try to find room to plant another tree or large shrub to alleviate her concern. No response from staff in 2020. Resident was in communication with staff. However, it appears the issue was with a neighbor's plumbing, so staff is unable to discuss details of another resident's matter. The plumbing issue was resolved. Reached out to the resident to confirm there currently is not an issue that has not been solved. No response was received. That's item 1. Item 2 is from 199B, issue with a refrigerator. Member purchased the unit in 2017 with alteration countertops and an upgraded refrigerator. In order for staff to install a new refrigerator, she is required to sign a waiver of liability. To date, resident services has been unsuccessful in obtaining the required waiver. She has had a loaner refrigerator from us since August of 2021. Staff has contacted a resident and informed her that her request for a non-standard mutual refrigerator will require review and approval by the United M&C Committee and Board. The next M&C Committee is scheduled for August 24th. There was one item from 68C about the Globe Office status, access to information, and the response was that GRF matter with independent entity. United has no jurisdiction. Last item is 718D, oven not working. The resident requested a new oven on 6/27/22. Resident Services workflow staff is arranging installation schedule with the manor owner. New oven is in stock and ready for installation once cabinet modification is completed before appliance staff can install the new oven. Oven was installed on July 28th. Cabinet modification pending. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ross. All right, now, Director Torn.
Thank you. I received a calls from complaints from the residents last night because it's too late for them to present.
Yeah, but Director Torn, you're not following protocol here. This last item was response to open forum, and now we're moving on from VMS update. So Director Norm Kahn, please.
Yes, I was trying to raise the issue.
You're out of order.
I was never called.
You're out of order.
I was never called.
You're out of order. You can bring that up during director's comments.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, board members and resident guests. 2 weeks ago, I attended the United meeting, finance meeting, for as a result of questions from residents asking what VMS was doing to fully open all village facilities and services. I was invited to ad hoc respond to resident questions and comments. I explained at that time how VMS was handling the issue and was given applause for my comments, along with an invitation from Chairperson Asghari to return often with news. So, Director Asghari, be careful what you wish for. I'm here. For the benefit of those of you who are here today and who were not in attendance at that particular meeting, I felt based on the response that this was an issue worth discussing further. So here's the full story and where we are as of this date. After the retirement of our previous CEO in February this year, the VMS management team was restructured in diverse ways to increase efficiencies and reduce costs in most departments. In addition to our new CEO, 2 new positions were created, and one was for Catherine Laster, who was promoted to services manager in the general manager's office. One of her new duties was to oversee the recreation and special events department, which is a rather large department. The recreation department, with a budgeted staff of 120 full and part-time employees, came out of the pandemic in May with 87 unfilled positions, representing almost 40% of the 87 unfilled jobs throughout the village. The recreation department, for knowledge of people who aren't familiar with it, is the single largest cash generator, as it includes golf, gyms, pools, equestrian center, garden center, all 7 clubhouses, library, and shows at the Performing Arts Center, and many, many special events. Residents and board members alike were complaining continuously about facilities with short hours and poor service throughout the village. In addition to complaints to board members, residents were also writing negative letters to the Globe and Nextdoor. Many residents also attended board meetings to express their anger at the by then old excuse, "We are understaffed." Unknown to most, VMS early on recognized the staffing issue and had already assigned services manager Laster to perform an in-depth review of the recreation department to identify ways to improve staffing issues and therewith solve many problems and staff shortages create. At this point, let me emphasize that there was and still is a critical shortage of people willing to work at almost all positions throughout our country. This is particularly true in most service areas, including hospitals, restaurants, markets, chain stores. Well, you know what I mean. The hiring signs are out everywhere, so it's no secret. The VMS board decided to create and implement a new category of employment, which is entitled Recreation Leaders and Community Center Attendants. Many years ago, a similar program was tested, but at the time, for whatever reason, was not successful and therefore discontinued. The new VMS category was designed to attract mostly part-time village residents to work and earn very near home at various positions in clubhouses, gyms, shows, and wherever staff is needed. Given the diversity that exists in village services, applicants have many areas to choose from. At the United Finance meeting 2 weeks ago, I mentioned for the very first time that we tested the VMS plan to 14 residents who applied for positions as gate ambassadors, which is not part of the recreation department. Although a different department, there were no openings available as gate ambassadors at that time. 5 of the 14 accepted the new VMS program, were trained, and began to work that week. 2 days later, the Globe ran a front page story about expanded hours in gym, table tennis, and many other places. Residents were happy. The village was moving back to normal. But a test is just a test. So what's happened next is the following. The Human Resources Department, under Carrie Weldon, produced and distributed flyers on working and living close. The Globe story spread the word, as did our communications department, and even some of the new hires told resident friends and relatives. Here now are the amazing results to date, and they truly are outstanding. In the July 31st staffing report, there still remained 37 openings in the recreation department. Of the 37, 5 were full-time and 32 part-time in the new resident leader and community center attendance category. That continued to represent almost 40% of the total unfilled village positions. I'm more than pleased to announce that in just 1 week after the test sample of 5, VMS has hired 20, yes, 20, new recreation leaders and community center attendants. When we say hired, we mean hired, trained, and reported to work. As of yesterday, August 8th, all 20 plus the first 5 are working. So you can expect more facility openings, extensions, and service improvements to be announced very, very soon. This is for everybody's knowledge to see that this is an example of how the VMS board and its staff performs for our community. This was a real problem that we solved. This is but one of the areas of involvement among many that VMS deals with daily, and as we fulfill our promise to reach the pinnacle of service to our residents. With our management team in place for only 6 months, keep tuned in to learn about the many other improvements that VMS is working on to improve our lives in the village, in Laguna Woods Village. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Norm Khan. From the board, do we have any questions for VMS?
I have a question. You mentioned that 87 unfilled. Back to when we had that one?
Well, that
in
was
your
it.
report,
It was pretty consistent. Did you want to respond to that, Siobhan?
you mentioned 87 unfilled?
Yes, I'm looking at your report. I believe you referenced May.
Yeah.
At this point, how many is unfilled
As of when?
as of today?
Well, we have. I only have the July 31st numbers, which is only a week
Yeah.
ago.
As of first
As of then, we had, as I stated, we had 32 part-time openings. We have filled 20 of those 32 that are working now, and between then and now, I don't have the number because I didn't get it from Human Resources. It's confidential information until they release it. I don't know how many people since the 20 were hired are now in the process of being trained and being assigned, places to work. I would assume that we're very close to filling up the 32 openings that we had at the end of July, based on the 20 and whatever's come in since then. So we're well on our way. I believe I heard, I don't know this as personal proof, I'd heard that hiring 20 people in one department for 1 week was something that's never been done before here.
That's a good example. When we change the road, we get different result. If we keep coming and saying, using the same things, then we get the same result. The thanks goes to the CEO that very is open-minded, and then any new suggestion that goes to her, she take it very seriously. Thank you so much to doing that one.
And I want to thank you. You had the idea to advertise throughout the community, and we did that, and that's been fruitful as well. So it's a partnership. It's not.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Anybody else here?
Yes, Maggie.
Director? Yeah, Director Torn, do you have questions for Norm Khan?
Yes. I am surprised that Director Khan's comments are all in management side, not in the directive side. I thought the VMS board is supposed to work on the directives. The board are responsible for the directives, and all the reports that you made are on the management side. That should be CEO's report. And I wonder what are the directives that the VMS board has engaged in, and what's the expectation of the directive, and what's the plan for those directives. Do we have anything directive that coming from the MS board?
Well, Director Trong, I'm not going to play with that one. So, if you have something else you want that makes more sense, spell it out, and I'll try to deal with it.
Okay, next, any
Say that again,
other
sorry, I couldn't
directors,
hear.
any other
Couldn't
directors
hear.
have any comments for Director Blackwell? You have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to say for everybody, if you're strong enough to move some tables around, please apply for clubhouse personnel.
I would like to add that with this new position, we've eliminated many of the lifting and moving requirements to make it more open to our residents.
Perfect, very good, thank you.
The floor still belongs to Director Khan from the VMS. Do we have any more questions from the floor for this director? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
A CEO report?
Thank you, President. Honorable members of the board, I would like to follow up on Director Khan's comments and just go over the expanded times for amenities, please. For the table tennis facility here on the third floor of the community center, it is now open until 9 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, and Saturday and Sunday from noon to 5 p.m. The expanded hours for the community center fitness center includes hours to 8 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, and from 8 a.m. to noon on Saturday and Sunday. Starting August 6th, which was this past weekend, the Mac Learning Center on the third floor is open Saturdays from noon to 3 p.m. on a 2-month trial basis. In addition, circuit training classes are being held at Clubhouse 1. On another reminder, there is work scheduled at Gate 6 on Thursday, August 11th. This will take place in a 2-hour window sometime after noon. The exact time is going to depend on the contractor's progress that day. During this time, Gate 6 will be closed. Please use Gate 5 and exit during the scheduled work. And lastly, just a reminder that the 2023 business plan televised meetings are occurring this week. United will hold its televised meeting tomorrow, August 10th at 1:30 p.m. It will be here in the boardroom and also, again, televised on TV6. The third board will have its meeting on Friday, August 12th at 9:30 a.m. And the GRF board met yesterday afternoon. Just want to encourage all of our residents to tune in and learn more about next year's proposed budgets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siobhan. And now we'll move on to item 11.
Tony?
Item 11 is the consent calendar.
Lenny has a question.
Oh, do we have a question?
Can I ask Siobhan a question? VMS talked about open positions and in the recreation department. Do you know how many current open positions there are in all of our departments currently?
Director Asghari asked that question. I've inquired for HR to provide me that information for your closed session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. And Director Torn.
Thank you. I'm glad you talk about vacancies. That's really how to fill vacancies and availabilities. That's really management issue. That's really not directive issues. Now, the question I have is, what are the directives you have received from the VMS board, and what is your plan to follow up and resolve those directives? May I ask? Thank you.
Sure.
I'm not sure I understand your question. If it pertains to vacancies, we are working expeditiously, as Director Khan outlined, to fill positions to the best of our ability. We are encouraging our residents to be part of the solution, and we thank them for stepping forward because they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sure.
I understand. Is this the only directive coming from the board to fill the vacancies?
What?
Nothing else?
This discussion would be better had at a VMS board meeting. I will defer to President Liberatore at this time.
Okay, Siobhan, you're right. Okay, let's move on.
I'm talking about
Well,
directives.
you're out of order.
Does anybody know? Does
Well,
anybody
we'll
on
discuss
VMS
it
what directive
at
is?
another meeting. You're out of order. All right, the consent calendar, let me remind you, contains items that have already been discussed by committees and have been forwarded to the board for approval or their discretion or removal. And so far, what we have from the agenda, we have the board has removed B3, from the consent calendar on the unfinished business. Now, from the other directors, the rest of the consent calendar, do you want to go through it item for item? Let's look at consent calendar A. Do we have any comments on that? All right, and consent calendar B, we have one recommendation to approve the tree removal. And you know what, this is, Diane Casey, Director Casey, you want to talk on that?
Yes,
I mean, we don't have to debate it, but this is on the consent calendar, and she knows what we're going to do here. This has already been discussed by her committee, so I'm going to let her talk on it. Go ahead.
yes, so there were two submittals at the Landscape Committee for tree removal, and we agreed with staff's recommendation on number 1 and number 2.
Okay, thank you, Director Casey. And
It's a consent calendar.
Yeah.
I don't need any correction from you. I know how to run the consent calendar, and since Diane Casey is the head of the Landscape Committee,
Excuse me, the consent calendar, all matters listed under the consent calendar are.
I can read. Thank you very much. You're out of order. Out of order.
You're out of order.
Thank you. If you keep it up, I'll have you removed.
Thank you.
I'll have you removed. Recommendations from the Architectural Control Committee. I head that committee.
May I
And
ask a question?
those have been referred
May I ask
to
a
you
question
for
about the landscape
approval.
committee?
Item D, approve the review of the United sublease and transfer of ownership approved on July 22nd. And E is a recommendation from the Finance Committee, approve the resolution for the agenda for 646C of Avenida Sevilla, Cordova, and patio screen openings. And then number
Has
C2,
anybody heard me?
Valencia request 895C. And then we have D
Has
and C.
anybody ever heard
So
me?
do we want to discuss the agenda, the consent calendar anymore?
Sorry, Mr. President. I just see 11C number 2. It's kind of, it's not clear for me because this unit is in the escrow and is pending and we are getting the approval for patio. It's mostly, we don't do these things. I don't know if it's somebody's, I don't want to have a problem like the other cases that we have. We closed it and then we go after the money that we want. I just want to know that somebody's in the alteration department can tell us what's going on about this case. 895C.
All right, this is the consent calendar, and this already been moved on there, so we
Can we move to
want to approve the
unfinished?
consent calendar? Because we've already set the agenda.
Can we move to unfinished business so somebody answer?
No, we've already approved it as
Oh,
it
okay.
stands.
Okay, whatever you decide.
So let's go.
And E then, D and E,
So we already approved A, is that correct?
A, B,
And B, where do we?
and C.
Any complaints on B, C, and of course, we dropped out 3, B3, that's down in unfinished business, C, D, and E. So we approve the consent calendar, I don't see any dissents there. Thank you, let's move on. Approve, and now we're going on to unfinished business. And B, that's the interboard harassment, anti-abuse, anti-intimidation policy, formation of a joint hearing board. Initial notification revised August postpone 28 days, notification for members, review and comment, Civil Code 4360. Director Blackwell, you have the floor.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, this is page 19 of 20. It's a pink page. Interboard anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy and charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee. Whereas the Board of Directors of United Lagunas Mutual, Golden Ring Foundation, and Third Laguna Hills Mutual require a clear and consistent policy to address claims of harassment, abuse, and intimidation by directors to staff of Villagement Services, Inc., fellow directors and residents, as well as claims involving harassment, abuse, and intimidation by residents to staff of VMS directors and other residents. And whereas this anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy is intended to provide guidance relative to such behavior and issue a mechanism for addressing same by the Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, and Anti-Intimidation Joint Hearing Body Committee. I'm hoping we'll get a shorter version of that. And whereas this policy is being adopted by the Board of Directors of United, GRF, and Third in the exercise of their respective duties to maintain, protect, and enhance the value and desirability of Laguna Woods Village and the interests of all its members. Now be it therefore resolved, August 9, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby introduces the Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, and Anti-Intimidation Policy and Charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
The Director Blackwell has moved this resolution. Do we have a second? Second by Diane Casey. Do we want to discuss this, or are we ready for a vote? Director Ascari.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yes, I have a question. If you go to page 10 of 20, those monetary penalties, if you look at those page from 10 of 20 and also 11 of 20, all of the range is from $25 to $500. The range is too big, and the decision a member doing is what is, I know is the decision is based on member compliance, or they are making decision, but this big range might create problem. One of the problem comes last year in the meeting. Some of these directors weren't here. That a resident was charged right at the 500. And he was arguing, where is before 500? Why not? And then comes and on the Zoom, and it was a big discussion that he complained. We asked, I remember last year we asked this kind of a table, like the first attempt, $25, second attempt, $50, third attempt. So in that case, everybody is equal. If some residents, they don't like, I don't want it to say, but some problem with one resident, right away you give 500 because I don't like this resident, but this resident, I like it, it's be $25. That's a big range. I am not agree with this one until this range be filled. We already sent last year a change of the table. First attempt, second attempt, and third attempt. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Blackwell.
Thank you. They do not have to start with 25, nor do they have to end. They do have to end with 500. I would say that playing the piano too loudly at night might not be more than a $25 fine. But I would certainly say that assault, theft, trespassing might start off more than that. I would say that some of the others, illegal business, should be more than that. A dog not on a leash might be 25. It depends on the instance and the crime, the incident. We can't say everybody has to start at 25. If a person is chasing me with their car, I think that's worth more than a $25 fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Casey?
Well, one of the items on the agenda is to vote on a committee that is going to be run by GRF for the compliance. So they're going to be discussing all these things, further decisions, and also I saw that Saban had her hand raised. Maybe she could tell us.
I was going to reference the same thing. The Compliance Ad Hoc Committee will be taking a look at many of these items.
All right, so directors, what do we want to do with this?
Can I
Director
say?
Blackwell?
Yes, I would like everybody to look at the chart, which you have. This will explain it, okay? Take the top list, move from the right. This goes to the left, okay. If no, the claim does not meet the definition of harassment, abuse, and/or intimidation, compliance views another claim possible or initiates appropriate enforcement action as needed, or actually ends the process. If yes, it moves on to down here. We have more investigation. We have more information from both sides. We have security gathering things. We have legal counsel with views. All these things happen. And then finally, the committee makes a decision. So there are a lot of steps in the program to protect both sides in this agreement and to get a thorough discussion of everything. And there is an appeals process, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 at the bottom. The fourth one, the fourth column, one at the bottom, over committee disciplinary decisions against respondent are subject to appeal to their respective corporations' boards. So there's an appeal process everywhere. This is a very good, thorough, fair plan with lots of notice and lots of ability, and as you see, quite a range of fines to give. So I recommend this highly. Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Yeah, I have
Director
floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't agree that we vote first and then goes to the ad hoc committee, especially now we know there is such an ad hoc committee. I prefer ad hoc committee, result comes, we see what's going on, and then we vote. This is not at the benefit of residents that director vote first and then goes to the ad hoc committee to see what's happened. I am not favor on that one, and I highly recommend that this must go to the ad hoc compliance and then bring the result, and after result, then we vote it for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Siobhan?
I want to clarify one thing. The attachments to the policy are for reference only. You are not adopting those items. It's just a reference material. Thank you.
Anyway, it is for anti-harassment. It is attachment
All
or
right,
not,
let's
it is
come
attachment.
to order here.
Anthony?
Director Diane Casey.
I mean, you need to have a policy in order for compliance to look at it. I mean, so we need to vote on the policy. This is the policy.
No.
And the fine tuning is, you know, how the fines are is a different story. So I believe that this is a good policy.
Yeah.
And it's important that this is like mediation. You know, somebody is upset, they're going to sue, at least they go to this hearing, this procedure, and it helps us in the long run fix things. So that's what I say.
Thank you. Paul?
Just want to advise you, President Levitory, we do have two member comments that want to speak.
Two members. All right, let me take the directors first.
May I
Director,
speak? This is Andre.
Director
May I
Torrance.
speak? Yes. I have a big problem with this policy. Okay, first, I've tried to ask VMS, but VMS director, legal counsel told me that it's internal policy. It's not supposed to be open to the public. As a board director, I can't even get the policy and procedures. Okay. In regard to this is all about harassment to staff, but there is no policy about harassment and retaliation against residents. I've heard a lot of residents talking about.
But Director Torn, will you
retaliated.
please directly address item A, what we're doing here?
Yes, I'm against that. The reason.
Okay,
is
thank you
because-
very much, Director Torn.
Can I speak? Can I speak? Everybody speak. I can't.
Well, you don't stay on the subject. Answer the. We're look at A and read it and talk about that, not about something else. You're wasting our time.
Yes, I am talking about that. I'm against it because.
You've got 1:57 seconds left.
We have, and also they are recommended vendors that VMS recommended, but they charge exorbitantly and extra, and this is a retaliation. And if not, they will be retaliated. There's a lot of retaliation and harassment from the VMS staff. We need to address that, but there is nothing in this document, in this resolution. I am highly.
Yeah, but you know what? You're making an assertion without any proof. That's all hearsay, as far as I'm concerned. Director Shalon, I'm sorry.
I would like to direct your attention to page 3 of 20. The claims of harassment, abuse, and/or intimidation may be against item E, VMS employees. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Director Bastani.
Yes, I still believe that this definition of harassment of director against staff should be both ways. We should say also harassment of staff against directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bastani. Anybody else here? Director Ross.
Yeah, so a couple things. On the schedule of the monetary penalties, if this is about anti-harassment policy, I don't see many penalties against anti-harassment. I see alteration, clutter restrictions, landscape restrictions. So I'm a little confused because I thought the penalties would match up with anti-harassment. That's one item. And two is, I think the spread between the low and the high is a little large. It's a little excessive. And so I think it needs to be looked at again. And on the flow chart, I think one of the items that our legal needs to review is the very bottom box, the third box from the left. It says any respondent to be found to have violated policy may be removed as an officer of their board if serving as such or from any committee they serve by their respective board. So I think that legal needs to make sure that we're in compliance with all of our provisions to make sure that that's a legal possibility that we can do that. And that's very important because we don't want to get into other possible problems. I think that's it for now. Thank
Director
you.
Ross?
Thank you, Rick.
If I may address your second question. Yes. Jeffrey Beaumont is the one who drafted this policy and has been working with the committee to develop this policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did he develop this flow chart?
No.
No, but it's based on the contents of the policy and the charter.
Okay.
Director Blackwell.
Thank you. We cannot possibly put every infraction on this chart or in these papers, okay? Harassment runs from yelling at somebody, cooking fish and throwing the fish stuff at somebody. Anything can be harassment, or attacking you with a car can be harassment. So we can't limit the fine and say, this harassment is this harassment is this. That will require 100 and 50 different infractions to be recorded and then evaluated. We have to take it case by case. We have the range from 25 to 500. And that's all that we can do for an action, because if somebody leaves dog poo in your yard, you know, what is that worth to you? If it's the 7th time they've done it, what is that worth to you? If they do it all over the neighborhood, does it make a difference? So we have to be able to have this range, and this range of activities. That's different if they come around and break your trees or steal stuff off your porch. What range do you want? So this is why we have a range of these things, and we are not specific as to what the infraction must be. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Nada, Director Organi.
I just want to make a motion to accept this policy as a subject, to go to the ad hoc, to having more research and discussion about it, and then back to the board.
Then you cannot accept, just send it to her.
Just send it, yeah.
Send it to ad hoc first.
Did you motion this?
No,
Okay.
I moved it. It's been seconded.
There's a motion on the floor.
She can
May I
amend it.
Azar is seconded.
I'm
I
sorry,
seconded it.
no.
Yes, she can make it
May I
an
comment?
amendment.
This one,
Yes.
So there's a motion on the floor, it's been seconded, and we're debating it right now. Either it's an up or down vote, right? Okay, are we ready for the
May
vote?
I make a comment?
Director Torn, you have the floor.
Yes, please. If you look at page 4 of 6 of agenda item number 12A, okay, 9 of B, 9 is investigation of harassment, abuse, and or intimidation claims. Okay, VMS will investigate harassment to determine what actions must be taken to protect employee, while investigation results will be shared with the committee okay, look at this word, with the committee to determine what actions to take against the member, board members, or advisor. VMS and the committee must be able to share information, and the sharing of such information is therefore expressly authorized for this purpose. There is no talk about share the investigation with the accused. Why is that? I've been accused of harassment. I've never heard
Director
any
Torn, will you stay on the
results-
subject, please? We're
results
discussing, we're discussing something here. We're not listening to
Yes,
you
I
or
am
you're
discussing
preaching.
the item 9B.
I'm not
Okay.
talking about
Why
9B
is
right
that-
now.
why
We
is
have a
that-
motion on the floor, and it's been seconded.
So is the discussion now?
Siobhan,
So if it's in the discussion, I
Siobhan
am
has the
talking about
floor.
I can answer his question. If pursuant to Civil Code Section 5855 and applicable governing documents, compliance issues a notice of disciplinary hearing with the committee hearing to the respondent, including a summary of evidence. So the accused does receive a summary of the evidence. And I have a further clarification. If you need to understand better what the Compliance Ad Hoc Committee charter indicates and what they will focus on, Francis Gomez is on the Zoom call if you'd like that clarification. This may not be the right referral for this
right now.
item. There's a working group currently working on this policy, which comprised of the presidents of United, Third, GRF, and the VMS chair.
all right, thank you, Siobhan. Board Director Ross, now
Something
don't
that's
forget,
very-
we have this
I
thing,
answered
we
the
have
point.
this, we have a motion on the floor, it's been seconded, now we're debating the motion, not outside subjects, so stay on the subject. Director
No,
Ross.
I'm on the subject right now.
You're out of
I'm
order.
on the subject right
Director
now.
Ross has the floor.
Page 16, on the very top, 16 of 20. What concerns me a little bit is that the committee shall be comprised of 6 members, including 2 directors from each of GRF, Third, and United. And so this is a combined committee. And I think that United should be able to control United. Third should be able to control Third, and GRF should be able to control Third. And I think this should be handled by each of the individual boards themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ross. Anybody else? I just have one comment. Oh, go ahead, Director Lee, you've got the floor.
Well, I have 2 points. First of all, I know there were concerns expressed about the fines have a too big of a wide range. I feel that it can work against, and I also think it will work for the residents because we don't know the characteristics of the problems. So it's very difficult to set a first offense, second offense, because first offense is not the same. Second offense is not the same. Each case is very different. So by having this wide range, some of the innocent little mistake can be treated by giving them a minimum fine. But at the same time, there are serious problems that we will face. Then we can have a room to adjust and process the fine accordingly. And also, having these 2 members from each board is also, I think, provide neutrality. Because if we only handle the united board, as we all see, united boards sometimes are very polarized. And I don't want united board handle the united matters in such a manner where we can take sides, and also we feel that that there's a certain trend of voting should affect this decision. I think having 2 members of the United, 2 members of the Third, 2 members of the GRF board would provide the more objective view of the case. And we just have to put our full trust on the board members. They will use their conscience, they'll be rational, and they will do whatever is best for the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Any more discussion?
May I have the floor?
Director Ascari.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. What said, actually, I am totally against. Everybody knows when you pass the red light, what is the fine. But they have different reason. If somebody should go to the hospital past the red lights, they can understand and comes. But they know what is the price of the fine. So everybody should know for the first or second, but if there is something that they can explain, as you mentioned, one director, always they can deduct it or says, because your reason is reasonable, we can pass. So this range, 25 to 500, is $475 to play with that. And who is playing and who is judge? And you said they are very reasonable. I can say unreasonable people in our board, how we can say that people are reasonable in which mood. I think everything should be clear, and if they wanted to give a discount or based on the cases, then that's their choice. We can put that one at the bottom. But must be clear, 25, 500, too big to vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Francis, do you want to join in the discussion here? Francis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
May I add?
You're out of order, Director Korn. You're out of order.
May I add?
If you cut it out, if you don't stop interrupting, you follow the protocol. I'm the chair. I called on Francis. Francis, you have the floor. Thank you, and excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just have 3 points that, based on the conversation today, I want to share with you. One of the fines that we're talking about, there is a range of $25 up to $500. The $500 is the limit per your governing document. And that is to provide the committee and the board a range for them, or together come up with what's a reasonable fine to impose on the violation. As you know, based on the hearings that we brought forward, no 2 hearings are the same. So they're always different. There's always different circumstances. The details always change. So the schedule of monetary fines is written in a way to give that discretion to you, the board, and the committee to discuss and deliberate and determine what is an appropriate fine to deter the violation from occurring again. The second thing, and that one is if the board feels that the fines do need to be reviewed or reassessed, that could go through the finance committee, and then it could start at the governing doc committee for review, and then escalate to the finance committee if the board wishes to spend more time on that on the fine specifically. The second thing I wanted to share is that GRF did create an ad hoc committee. The purpose of the ad hoc committee is to review the internal processes between compliance and the recreation and special events division, because there is a lot of disciplinary matters that need to be addressed. It also will address the authorization that's given to the mutuals to impose suspension of the privileges, member privileges. One of the other items that they did add to the charter is to review the internal process once this joint committee and this joint hearing will be established. So when that meeting is scheduled, then the members who are approved, or the members who are assigned to the joint committee, will be invited in for that discussion with URF, and that way everybody who's in that joint committee could be on the same page. And then there was the third one, but I think that was it. I think I addressed a lot of the common themes or a lot of the common questions that were presented today. So I'm available for additional questions if you still have them.
Thank you, Francis. Any questions for Francis? Director Cash-Aquicar, you have the floor.
I was wondering if you can put first offense as so much in addition to this. That way it will be very simple.
Thank you, Director Cash-Aquicar. Francis?
Yes, you could. You could most definitely do that. I caution the board to go that route just because if the first offense is outrageous enough to cost like $500 fine, you want to be able to have the right to deem a $500 fine, which this board has in the past, depending on the circumstances and the severity of the cases that we've brought forward to you. So the board could definitely be much more specific and not have a range. That could definitely be discussed at the governing committee and reviewed, and is escalated to the finance committee before it comes to the board. It's not something that right now off the bat I would recommend for the board to do.
Thank you, Francis. I have something, the first offense. Suppose my first offense is I go up and grope a female. I only get a $25 fine? I mean, that's...
And that's a good example. It's a slap in the hand. Would it deter? The penalties are not there to generate revenue for United. Not at all. The penalties are there to deter the behavior that's causing the violation. So using your example, a $25 would be a slap in the hand versus being aggressive because it matches the behavior that was presented and issuing a $500 fine.
Thank you, Francis. Anything more for Francis, Director Casey?
Well, I just have a question on the policy. I see that, it starts with page 1 of 6. So that's a policy that's the Golden Rain, United, Laguna Woods Mutual, and 3rd Laguna Hills Mutual. And that's the policy. And then this member disciplinary process is a second attachment. So that is something that would not affect us approving the policy.
Correct. They're attached for reference only, and Francis can go into more details if necessary.
Correct. There's a resolution already in the book with United that authorized the rules enforcement program, which is what the compliance division operates under. So approving this policy does not change that policy because that's governed by a different resolution.
Okay.
All right.
So that does not affect our voting on this.
All right. Are we ready for a vote, or we want to?
I have a question.
Paul.
Yeah, President, I have a question.
All right, Andre.
I want to speak.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Who's the,
Okay.
who's the question for, Director Torn?
Yeah, I've experienced during a
Who
hearing.
is the question? Who are you directing your question at, please?
You must direct it to
To
you.
you, to the board.
There you go.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have some experience with hearing that compliance came to the meeting with a written document of accusation to the resident, and then during the meeting they changed the accusation. So the resident wasn't prepared, but he successfully defended himself on that. After the resident left the building, the compliance changed the accusation again. At this point, the resident has already left the hearing, and there's no way he can defend on the third accusation. Okay, I don't think this is illegal to do anything like this. All right, I sent this question to our legal counsel and to you also. Okay, I believe also to other board members. Legal counsel refused to respond to that. Okay, so I am asking the question, can compliance change accusation, the reason for the accusation, during the meeting without giving the resident ahead of information? This is a very serious accusation process. I don't believe anybody can just on the spot bring up additional reason for the accusation. Okay, and I think it's pretty much illegal to do that, even especially after the residents left the hearing. Okay, if you want, I can send everybody the same comment I sent to legal counsel during that hearing. Okay, I want to make, nobody ever thought of they would change the accusation, but compliance indeed did that. And
Mr. President, may I respond?
Let him finish, Francis. Go ahead, Andre. You've got 57 seconds left.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Director Torn. Francis, you have the floor.
So it is a serious accusation. I've heard Director Torn mention it before, and I could 1,010% guarantee that has never happened. Compliance, my department has never changed allegations or violations mid-process. That's not something we do. Our process is we follow that your board-approved rules enforcement program. It dictates that an investigation be made prior to ascertain whether the behavior violated the rules. If it's merited and if it's not complied, then it comes in before a hearing. As this board knows, and everyone who's involved in hearings, we generate a staff report to the board that includes every single piece of paper, every single interaction that compliance did in its investigation. In that same report, we also include the rules that we are alleging that the member violated. So there's a list as part of your packet that includes all those rules. I know the specific case that Director Torring is stating. I was in that meeting, so I know exactly what his perception may be, but that's not what happened. And to share with the general public, as outlined in the member disciplinary process, is that when a resident is scheduled for a hearing to come before the board of directors, they're given time to respond to the allegation. So the process is that the member comes in, staff from my department, the compliance division, will give a synopsis of the matter in front of the member, so the member knows exactly what the board is considering. The member is then given uninterrupted time to plead their case, share any statements, respond to the allegations, and then there's also dialogue between the board and the member to get more specifics or if there's any questions. Once that period has expired, once that time has expired, they'll recuse the member or they'll dismiss the member, and then the board will deliberate. During the deliberations, the board has asked staff questions, which is almost always included in your staff reports, including the different rules that are alleged to be violated. So all that discussion happens, and then the member gets, once the board deliberates and makes the determination, the member required by your governing documents and civil code receives the outcome of that hearing within 15 days. So that's the process in itself. My department, my division has followed that process 1,010%. So the allegations are very serious, but they're unfounded. That never occurred.
May I speak,
Francis,
Bob?
I move the previous question. Is there a second?
Yes.
I move a previous question. There is a second that end. Now we take a vote. How many are in favor of
I believe we have some public comment. I don't mean to interrupt.
That's right.
public comment? Who?
We actually have 5 speakers that want to speak.
All right.
The first one is Director Skillman.
Good morning, Board. I respectfully request that you pass this measure. It is something we have needed for years. I served for 8 years on the member disciplinary committee for United. I know the problems that have come up. I am sorry that most of the members, unless they download it from their agenda, have seen this flow chart, which is so great to explain exactly member, resident, board member, advisor, employee, or guest involved in the prohibited conduct is what is done. And if the committee finds the respondent in violation of the policy, the committee, may impose the fine, suspend member privileges, or consider legal action. The compliance department does not set the fine. The fine schedule, and if you'll read the fine schedule, I'm really kind of disappointed it was included as an attachment because it really doesn't address harassment, abuse, and intimidation. It's all these other things that we have. And even then, they come before the board committee, and the committee decides what the infraction is, how serious it is, if it's the second, third, whatever. Just to do it on this is the first time or the second time would not do, because it has to be on the merits of the case itself. We have different policies with United, Third, and GRF. That's one of the biggest problems that we've had. By passing this, as they hopefully will also, then we will have a uniform policy for harassment, abuse, and intimidation that everybody knows and everybody can follow. And this joint hearing committee will ensure that, because they'll look at it from all points of view. It's very difficult in a community this large to really take into effect what's happening with the other associations. And with this committee, this joint committee, we're going to be able to speak as one instead of just doing it fragmentized. So again, the fines are not set. Compliance does not do it. Francis told you how their process is, and believe me, that's how it is followed. And it is the board who makes those decisions. So to our members, if you have not gotten a copy of, wherever the camera is, the flow chart, please download it and look at it.
Thank you, Director
Thank you.
Stillman. Paul?
Our next speaker is Ms. Elizabeth Romano.
Elizabeth, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I probably can resolve some of the problems around this. I'm the person that they fined $500 for speaking, making a complaint to one of the board members. And that person was Joan Millman. And I told her that, what she did is then get a group of the board members to sign a paper that said I have to pay $500 because I complained about the behavior of one of the board members' son over in the drop-in lounge. And so risking $5,000 coming here to speak to you. I used to come frequently, and I'm very invested in the community. I'm here as a representative for the United Nations Foundation to help make it a better place. This is not making it a better place. And, I am having to go to court now because of all the hassle that I've been through. I'm a totally disabled person. And what the policy is what they do is they send the security out after you. So I had the head of security out at my house at night, okay, and then when I came to the board to make a statement, then he comes up and he sits next to me after I spoke, saying, I thought we had an agreement that you weren't going to speak again. And I said, well, you told me, the other night that was unless I felt I had something yet to say. I still have something yet to say. It is pathetic that we need to set up a policy to stop the people that are supposed to be caring for us from abusing us, okay? The policy of sending the security out for everything has got to stop. Okay, these are human rights, civil rights violations, and you have a big lawsuit coming up. And Joan took upon herself to take all of you guys down by having you sign a big letter that came to me to intimidate me and scare me that had your signatures on saying, if I open my mouth again to any one of you, it's going to cost me $500. Now that I cannot sell my house to get out of here, okay, because of the financing problems, my banker said what you were told by the people coming up isn't satisfying the loans, the bank. So I can't get a loan, a refinance on my house because I need help now because of the intense stress that was put on me. I was handicapped when I moved in here, okay, and this retaliation has really caused me more serious distress. And I would like for you to understand that, it's got to stop. This shouldn't be the reputation of this community. And I'm very sorry about it, but I also am going to ask for Joan's resignation because she broke the law. She encouraged a lot of the rest of you to break the law, and you're going to end up in court. Okay. Again, I came here to represent greater agencies, come in to look on you, and I can't even move out of here now because I can't get a loan because the rates aren't right. And I listened to the guy making the presentations from the banks. You can call, there's 7,000 of us that have our loans in our home possibly at risk. Okay, I want to move. I want to get out of here. I want to get money, to help care for myself that I need now, and I can't do it. So I hope you will consider that and take that into account when you make your decisions. Thank you.
What is your manor number?
035A.
0320. 5A?
Yes. I'm really tired of being afraid of the security. That shouldn't happen.
Thank you, Ms. Romano. Paul?
Sorry, may I ask
Our next
what's the
speaker-
manor number?
Paul?
What is the manor number
You're out of
again?
order, Director Torn. Go ahead. Paul?
I need to know who's the person that just
Paul,
talked.
who's next?
Our next
I got the
speaker is
same-
Mr. John
same
Beckett.
response from
John,
other
you have the
other
floor.
residents. Okay, so I have the floor, and I just want to know.
You're out of order.
from-
John Beckett, Mr. Beckett has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one comment. It's on page 9 of 20. Down at the bottom bullet point, it says, during a member disciplinary hearing, the member has the right to meet before the board of directors in executive session. Well, it doesn't say anything in there about how he can bring his lawyer along with him if he wants at his own expense. I think that's an important right, and I don't know.
Would you say that again, John? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I believe that this policy should inform the member that he has the right to bring a lawyer with him at his own expense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Paul?
Our next speaker is Tony Mendel.
Tony Mendel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me with the mask on?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to speak to the issue of the range of fines, 25 to 500. And I'll tell you why I think it's a good idea. Rather than just imposing first fine, 25, second fine, you have 2 first fines. One of them is somebody's been nasty, offensive, and thrown racial slurs at somebody. Second one is also a first fine. He's waved a gun in somebody's face and said, why don't you go home to where you came from? Those are so different. They cannot be billed, they cannot be fined the same amount of money. So this range allows the incident of exactly what it is to be taken into consideration and dealt with fairly in terms of the fine. You can't limit the fine to being, if it's the first fine, it's always the same.
Thank you, Tony Mandel. Paul?
Our last speaker is Ms. Maxine McIntosh.
Maxine?
Thank you. If I may quickly, with our CEO, Saban, was I correct on Wednesday night for hearing the candidates or Friday night next week? Is it this? It's Friday. It's on Friday the 19th. Okay, my date was wrong. Friday the 19th, I hope you'll all be here. Regarding this information that you're giving now and discussing, it's huge, it's very important. I've heard a lot of good comments from really nearly all of you. And I would agree with Juanita Skillman. I hope you will go ahead and pass it. You know, she has been on boards for years, well informed, one of the best informed board members I've ever met. And when she says she recommends it, that means a lot. But I feel the same way. Why not go ahead, pass it now? You know, if some of the parts are weak, you'll discover it. In using the policies, you will discover what parts need to be changed. The business of the board is never, or well, not too often, in cement. Things change year after year with different boards looking at things from the needs of different community members. So I hope you will go ahead and say, look, there have been so many years, she's right, I went to some of those meetings, so many years spent trying to get this going. Residents asking for help, 3 of them at my door wanting me involved in their problems that live nowhere near my house, but they just came to my door and things got involved a little bit because I didn't have all that information. But at any rate, please vote for it, try it, see how it works, and then look at it again as often as you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Paul?
There are no more member comments
All
at
right,
this
so
time.
I moved the previous question. Is there a second?
I have comment. Sorry, I have comment.
I moved the
second.
previous question. Is there a second?
I second.
The questions.
I have
moved the
comment. Come on.
Previous question, and
I
it's been
have
seconded
comment.
by Director Blackwell, and that is a privileged motion to end debate. All right, let's take a vote. Everybody in favor of the motion, raise your hand, please.
Motion for what?
To end.
To end debate.
Yes, end the debate, yeah.
Okay, Director Bastani, how do you vote?
End debate.
Okay, Director Torn, how do you vote?
No.
All right, so what's the count, Paul?
9-1. 9-1.
We have one dissenter, right?
9-1.
Right?
The motion passed.
So the motion
9-1.
passed. The debate's over. We go back to the amendment. Debate is over. So we're going to vote on the amendment.
Not the
Not
amendment.
I mean, the
On the resolution.
resolution. Do you care to read it again to make sure we remember what we're voting on?
No, I think we
No,
know
I
what we're
think we
voting
know
on.
it. We know it. You know it.
All right. Everybody in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
Are you in favor of the harassment policy?
It's for the harassment. All right. All those, you get the count, Paul? All those against, please raise your hand. Director Bastani, how do you vote? He's
He's
against it.
Yeah, raise hand.
Director Torn?
And I'm against it because
Director
it's a
Torn,
one-way
Director Bastani, we're just voting here. We don't need any lectures. Director Torn, how do you vote?
I'm against it.
I'm for it. What's the count?
Director Eckhart, what was your vote?
Yes.
So it's 6-4.
5-5.
So it fails. Thank you for the coaching.
Okay, now.
Don't need it.
Oh, sorry, Mr. President. We can do that motion that I did for the sending this subject to the ad hoc to
Not subject, just send it to the.
this, yeah, to just a policy to make more research and discussion about it?
I don't understand.
Just send this policy
To the ad
to the ad hoc?
Well, it's a moot point now. We just turned it down.
Okay, we turn it, okay.
Right.
Okay,
It's
totally.
a moot point.
Okay.
All
So,
right. All right, so move on to B, strategic planning update, President Liberatore. All I can say is that when our discussions with the Board of Strategic Planning, it gave us the idea to have town hall, which we'll be having this week, and we're discussing right now an agenda for that because Third had one, and Director Ascari, myself, and Director Diane Casey were there, and two people dominated the whole thing because they didn't have an agenda. That's not going to happen, so we're discussing an agenda for that right now. And then also the strategic plan, you know, we have a business plan, a strategic plan. I haven't heard anybody talk about a master plan. So there's three things I think that should have, they relate to each other. And the business plan is the default position for the master plan and the strategic plan. And your board is working on that. Okay. All right. Director Casey?
Are you going to mention that the town hall is this Friday?
Microphone.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
That-
sorry.
that-
Director Casey, you can announce it. When's the?
oh,
when's
just,
the-
yeah, that the first town hall will be this Friday on the 12th from 2 to 4. And we're going to have a speaker from El Toro Water District. The theme is about water conservation. So we'll have a presentation and then open for questions. And then the second half of the meeting, when that part's done, we'll be open to all questions.
Yeah.
So,
Director Casey, what are we going to use? Where are we going to have, what's the venue? Where at?
oh, the venue is at Clubhouse 3 in dining room, the ballroom. The ballroom is one of the rooms off the performing arts.
on the right side or the left side? As you
I think
mentioned?
it's the left side.
I think it's the left.
The left side. I think
Well,
it's the
you'll
big room
find
on the
it.
left.
You'll find it.
We will put a
There'll be
sign on that one.
signs.
We will put a sign that.
All right, so it's going to be again, Director Casey?
It's going to be on the 12th, Friday, from 2 to 4 in Clubhouse 3, dining room, the what they call the ballroom, so I think that's on the right side, the left side when you
But there'll
come
be
in.
somebody there to direct us.
But we'll direct you.
All right, thank you. And we took C off, right? So now we're on the,
No.
No,
we didn't
that's
take
12C
C
now.
all right, let's go to C. On 12C, we're going to discuss the discretionary investment change to treasuries. And July initial notification, 28 days notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. So let me start with
Can we make a motion and start debate?
Are we not going to read it?
let's read the motion. Can you read it?
Nope.
Okay, I read it.
All right, you read it, Director Ascari.
Okay. This is anti-harassment 12C. Sorry. Discretionary investment change to treasuries versus the United Laguna Woods Mutual discretionary investment balance as of June 30th, 2022 was $14,372.440, and versus the discretionary account is an investment account that allows the corporation invest manager to buy and sell investment without the board's consent for each trade, and versus the fund maintained in the discretionary account in the opinion of the managing agent are not required with a reasonable time to pay obligation of the corporation, and versus the board desires to transfer discretionary investment funds to Bank of America, where the funds will be used to purchase U.S. Treasury insured by the federal government. Should be Treasury bill. You should write on that one here. Now, therefore, be it resolved August 9, 2022, that the Board of the Corporation hereby authorizes the full discretionary investment account balance currently held by Fidelity Investment be transferred to the Bank of America Reserve Bank account, and reserve further that the board of this corporation hereby authorizes as the managing agent of this corporation to purchase U.S. Treasury at the current available rate with the following maturities: 25% of account balance maturing in 6 months, 25% of account balance maturing in 12 months, 25% of account balance maturing in 18 months, and 25% of account balance maturing in 24 months. And resolve further that the board of this corporation hereby authorizes as the managing agent of this corporation to provide Old Investment Manager, Sageview, a 90-day termination notice as outlined in the Investment Advisory Service Agreement dated October 1, 2019, and resolve further that the officer and agent of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this motion.
All right,
Can
a
I
motion.
get a second?
Resolution
Okay.
has been offered. It's been
And,
offered
Director Ross
by
seconded.
Director Scott, and Director Ross has seconded the motion. Now we'll discuss it.
Yes.
Let's
Open.
start off with our staff. Steve,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Thank you,
Steve.
President Liberatore and members of the board. I wanted to provide a brief update since the last board meeting. So we met on July 26th as the United Finance meeting, and where there was numerous members that came out to speak. One of the requests that was made, or the requests that were made from the public, were to include opinions or professional guidance from a third party. So part of that request was to have a paid counsel as opposed to voluntary information. So after that meeting, we sent out 12 different emails, basically requests for information, in essence, an RFQ from the same vendors that were sought out for in October as part of the investment committee. So of those 12 vendors, I received 3 responses. However, they were not at this time willing to give professional advice that would be paid for. So I'm still waiting for a couple more responses, but I did set a deadline of last week that has since expired. So, but I will, at the direction, if this continues, I'll follow up with those individuals to seek further guidance. Additionally, so I wanted to provide some updates in terms of the investment balances. So at the last meeting that we had discussed that the balance, if a vote were to take place where you'd sell the treasuries, so, the index funds, you would have a realized loss of about $1 million. So in the staff report and the resolution, I noted that there would be about $1 million loss, but that's going to fluctuate. So since that time, the balances have gone up and down since then. Last month, as of July 31st, you increased about $200,000, but since then, the last 10 days, it's decreased by $100,000. I only say that as a point that it's going to continue to fluctuate, is my only point. Likewise, the one thing that I didn't include in the previous is part of the reason why you have a large variance in terms of potential loss is that since the time that you brought the investments to Fidelity back in October 2019, you brought about $14.8 million, okay? Since that time, you've brought in, as a result of being invested in these funds, about $400,000 of dividends. Therefore, you raised your cost basis up to about $15.2 million. As of, last month, it was down $1 million. So that's the full picture. I want to make certain everybody knows that you didn't necessarily lose a full $1 million. The reason why you'll recognize a loss is because your balances have gone up by about $400,000 in dividends. And then beyond that, that is the update I wanted to provide. But once again, I wanted to make it known that the public had spoken at the finance meeting requesting professional guidance from a third party. Okay.
Did you mention that
Thank you, Steve.
I have a
We have
question.
questions to Diane Casey?
Okay, so in May, there was a gain, and you're saying, and that was like about 111,000, and then there was a gain in July of 200,000, and then, and subsequently another loss of 100,000. So this thing does fluctuate, you know, all the time.
Absolutely.
And as we get closer to, you know, the time where the bonds mature, of course, it's going to be better, you know, so that's just what I wanted to make sure everybody understood. There are gains and losses, yeah.
Right. There's absolutely gains and losses. And as a reminder, what I communicated in the previous meeting was that your financial advisor estimated between 18 and 24 months to recoup that loss if you were to stay in the same funds. So forgive me, one other question that had come up was if Fidelity were to sell the investments, keeping it with Fidelity, but sell the investments and move into treasuries, would there be a loss? The answer to that is yes. Anytime you move out of your existing portfolio into something different, there will be a realized transaction.
Thank you, Director. Director Ascari, do you want to?
Yes, did you mention that one of them respond to you?
So-
Can you explain the one that respond to you, that what was their suggestion?
Sure. One of the responded, they asked me basically as a off the record, they'd mentioned that, so I won't mention their name, that they weren't interested in bidding on the quote, but it would be their recommendation to sell the investments.
Thank you so much. So they suggested sell it right now. Thank you.
All right, Director Blackwell.
Thank you. Wasn't it Dan Quirk of Sage View that presented this paper that said in April, there is a potential to move all or part of the portfolio to short-term treasury bills for the remainder of 2022? Was that not his suggestion?
Correct.
All right. And yet you want to fire him? There was no vote of the Finance Committee to let that go. There was only a discussion. There was no vote by the Finance Committee to fire Sage View or give him a 90-day notice, was there?
So the discussion included selling off the investments in their entirety. So once you take all the money from Fidelity and sell those investments, then there would be nothing for them to manage, therefore effectively terminating their agreement.
And yet he did say there is a potential to move all of these. So that would mean he's suggesting that you hand those to a different firm, that his firm would not handle that?
No, during that meeting when he made that suggestion to sell, I believe the exact number was 70% of the portfolio, that he could take that at the direction of the board and move it from the current portfolio into treasuries. But it's important to note that if you were to vote in favor of that direction, that you would have a realized loss of that 70% of that transaction. So
Okay.
that is an option. So as a discretionary investment, so SageView is responsible for acting in the best interest of the community. So he, at that time, felt that it was important to stay the course, to stay where you're at. But if the board's direction was to sell the investments, he could take that direction and act on it.
Okay, now what makes VMS qualified to handle our funds?
So VMS, my team specifically, would take the direction from the board using the direction that you're giving in this resolution to ladder the securities based upon 25%, what was read in the resolution. Every time that investment would mature, we would reinvest based on that decision. And then my recommendation would be in the future to revisit this and provide additional direction. So as investments move, you would update your investment policy to provide us with further
Now,
direction.
you have that right only if we pass this,
That is
right?
correct.
Because you do not now have the right to invest our funds anywhere, do you?
So actually, we do. So your investment policy has non-discretionary funds and discretionary funds. Difference being non-discretionary is short-term. I invest those in T-bills on a regular basis. So I manage those typically within a 3-month to a 1-year maturity, but low dollar amounts. Discretionary, on the other hand, are longer-term investments. And those are oftentimes managed by a third party. And the goal is to, keep the investments safe, to make the most returns possible within the investment policy. But just to be clear, we do invest on your behalf in treasury bills.
Would it be prudent of us to hear another investor?
I will take direction from the board, correct. So, but that was the voice of the Finance Committee participants.
All right. So there was no, all right, so you are offering yourself, you have not given us your qualifications, you have done it. I mean, are we going to, somebody said Bank of America? Are you going to Bank of America? What does Bank of America have to do with this? And what does, Fidelity is who would get the funds if Sageview did it, right?
So Sageview is your advisor. Fidelity is the location of the actual funds. So when Sageview wishes to make a trade, they contact Fidelity and tell them to move the funds from one to another. But once again, so in terms of qualifications, so you, the board, have approved an investment policy a couple of years ago and have directed and authorized staff to transfer using B of A to invest in treasury bills, exclusively treasury bills. So part of the reason why you choose B of A as your bank many years ago when you did make that selection was B of A was one of the few banks where you had the ability to purchase treasury bills directly through their bank.
So you are.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Casey.
Well, maybe, I think Pearl was before me, but I just want to let you know.
Okay, Pearl?
Oh, my question to you is that there's a 7% of penalty by withdrawing the funds?
No, the 7% that you might be referring to is the fee that Sageview applies. So their advisory fee is 7 basis points.
Oh, okay. Now, where does this Bank of America comes from? Who made this recommendation?
Gotcha. Thank you. So your bank, your primary bank is B of A. So all the organizations, GRF, United Third, they all bank with B of A. So once again, B of A was selected many years ago because they have the ability to hold treasury bills we can purchase directly through their software.
I see.
So what could be done, so at the direction of the board, would be if you sell the investments with Fidelity, that money would be immediately turned to cash and transferred into Bank of America. And within that day, same day, we would go ahead and purchase treasury bills based upon the board's direction.
Now, this treasury bill that we're talking about, do we have any protection against inflation?
No. So you'll be subject to market interest rates going up and down. So,
Yeah.
but you will receive a stated return at the time that I purchase the treasury bills.
Is there a type of treasury bills that will provide us the protection against inflation?
No. So it's a stated rate. It doesn't fluctuate. So when you purchase, I don't want to go into the technicalities of the accounting,
I know, yeah.
but from a reporting perspective, it's called available for sale or held to maturity. So it's probably too much information. So, but we will go ahead and once you purchase the treasury bills, we will hold them until they do mature. So 6 months, 12 months, 18, 24. If the money is needed, in the past it has not, but if the money is needed, you will pull first from the funds that mature within 6 months. So
I just
that's
have
the
one
intent of
quick
planning.
last question. Other than yourself, within the village, do we have any advisors in that field, or are you using professional agencies outside of the village to get advice from?
Sure. So back in 2019, all 3 of the organizations, all corporations, created a task force. So it was members of the community that had expertise within investments. And again, that was anywhere between January 2019 that led up all the way to the final decision in October of 2019, when the decision was made to sell off all the individual bonds that were purchased. They were previously managed by Merrill Lynch. Actually, they were with Merrill Lynch, managed by BlackRock. So those investments were sold at the time, moved to Fidelity, and Sageview became your new advisor. So
That was the last time we had that.
So that was the
advice.
last time you had a task force in place.
We didn't have any task force since February of this year.
That is correct. So, correct.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Casey, she had her hand up first.
So I have a couple of things. So back in January of 2021, Third sold off their investments when the market changed and the loss was small. And they sold off their investments and bought either CDs or treasuries or whatever. And they had a $200,000 interest in 2020 and $18,000 earned in 2021. So one, when you buy new treasuries, I mean, you're not going to be able to go to auction and buy these treasuries at the value that they're sold for. You're going to have to go to Bank of America, who's got whatever they have in inventory, and at the prices that they have, which aren't going to be the greatest. That's one point. But so say we sell these bonds, and take $1 million loss. And then what are we going to do with that $15 million or $14 million? Are we going to lend it out and to prospective buyers? No, that's against the civil code. Are we going to buy these treasuries that, and have VMS handle it? I don't know. I think we really still need an advisor, who's going to be able to buy at the best rates possible. So I just think this thing is flawed and we need an ad hoc committee. I mean, we had an ad hoc committee before when we changed from BlackRock, and we did not do that this time. And also, at the Finance Committee meeting, the originator, the person who was on that ad hoc committee, Steve Leonard, came and gave some talks. And what he said is there were many times when the investment was changing, and Third made their choice to change. And our Finance Committee did not make any choices. It went positive in January from a loss, and then it went to $200,000 loss, no change then. And so it's been doing this, and now all of a sudden, this has come up with only the advice of 2 Finance Committee members that are not advisors. They're not knowledgeable. And so, and then they ramrodded it over here to the board. So, and it's had a lot of controversy. So I just think it would be imprudent of us to take $1 million loss, and possibly then GRF is going to follow suit and take another $1 million loss on their investments if they decide, and that's wrong. We can't lose $2 million. This is our members' money that went in to putting into the reserves. And we're already in trouble with our reserves, especially United. That's why we're getting a $14 increase in our assessment to fund the reserves that are too low. And so, the GRF, they're doing better than us.
Thank
but
you, Director
still,
Casey. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Director Ross?
I think it's important to explain that if we stay with the current plan and we stay with all bonds, which we have now, including corporate bonds, treasury bonds, and other bonds, we have a real risk factor, and it's called interest rates. As interest rates continue to rise, we're going to lose money on those bonds. We'll make money on the dividend, but we're going to lose money on the bonds. The reason we came up with this scenario is because T-bills, there's no risk. There is some risk to interest rates, but they give you a specific interest rate at the time you buy the T-bills. And the T-bills are now paying 3.5%, around 3 to 4%, actually. They're going to guarantee us over $400,000 per year for the next 2.5 years, which will make up, guaranteed, will make up the loss of $1 million in 2.5 years. Under our current scenario, if we continue with bonds and interest rates continue rising, we'll never make that up. We're going to continue to lose money. And we can't afford to lose any more money. Is that true with T-bills? Don't they give you a stated amount of interest?
The answer is yes, but if I can clarify. So if we were to follow this direction and I purchase a 2-year treasury bill, absolutely we would get that in 2 years. However, on the other end of the spectrum, the 6-month treasury bills. So every 6 months I have to reinvest at that time. And I can't guarantee what those rates are going to be in 6 months and 12 months and 18. But for the most part, in essence, what you're stating is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other directors want to comment? Director Blackwell?
Yes. Yes, may I?
Director Blackwell, you had the floor.
So this is all or nothing. All. We're going to leave nothing in long-term, nothing in our original plan. We're going to take it all out and put it in T-bills under your direction.
So forgive me, just to clarify, this is not the direction of staff. This was taken at the Finance Committee and provided as direction. So I'm following the direction of the committee in this report. But to answer your question, yes, the direction of the committee and what you see here in the resolution is to liquidate the funds in Fidelity and move them over to treasury bills. So
Why would Mr. Quirk say move all or part?
So that was his direction. When he made the recommendation, it wasn't even a recommendation at the time. He was offering a suggestion. If you wanted to move out, again, referring to the April 2022 meeting at the Finance. So his offering was, if you did feel uncomfortable with the current portfolio, you could take 70% of the portfolio and move it over to treasury bills, which is currently where a lot of your funds already are. And that would mitigate some of the risk that you're facing with inflation. But he didn't act, so it was a suggestion, an offer, but his guidance was to leave it where it was at. So, and if I may touch on a point that was brought up a little earlier as well. So, yes, in January, we started seeing your funds decrease, the value, right? And it's not that the finance, and it's not that the board was not acting. So they were following the guidance of your advisor. You have a paid professional that was telling you, stay the course. So it's not that anybody had their head in their sand. They were listening to the advice of their counsel. And if I may, so staff has not made a recommendation from BMS's perspective. So, but based upon how this originated through a finance an investment task force, that would be the recommendation of staff. So is to come up with a task force and follow the guidance.
This involves only this amount, VMS's control over this amount only, right? This does not make VMS our investment advisor per se.
No, we'd be following the direction of the board based upon what you included in the resolution.
Thank you.
Director Lee?
This is not a question. My comment is, I'm just really surprised. You know, we have this ad hoc on the anti-harassment policy. The fine was $50, $25 to $500. We spent so much time on debating whether $25 appropriate, $500 appropriate. Here we're dealing with $15 million. And I'm just wondering, how come when it started going down, we didn't think about forming an ad hoc? Because we vote down on the policy because we wanted to send it to the ad hoc on the harassment policy. And here we're talking about billions of dollars, and we have never had ad hoc this year. And we feel that we should sell all this $15 million at the $1 million loss, plus the penalty, whatever that is, and put it somewhere that would earn us 3% interest rate, which probably is lower than inflation. I am really appalled. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Torn?
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking at page 2 of 4, financial analysis here. Okay, first question I have is,
Can't hear you,
Angela. Yield.
There.
Page.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Page 2 of 4.
2 of 4, and financial analysis. Looking at the table, yield. let's take a look at it, 6 months, 2.65%. Is that annual yield or is that 6-month yield?
Thank you for clarification. That is the annual yield.
Annual yield. So what is the 6-month yield?
Half of that.
1.325.
Sure.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how do you arrive? What's the return? Is that annual return or a 6-month return?
So the way this was calculated is this resolution, if approved, would invest 25% of your maturities at 6 months. And immediately following that 6 months, it would be reinvested in another 6 months. Under the assumption that the yields would stay constant all year long, you would have an annual return of $95,400.
I understand that. I understand. Totally understand that. My question is the return $95,400? Is that an annual return or a 6-month return?
Annual return.
Annual return. So you have this annual return for 6 months, annual return for 12 months. Is that 106, 920 annual return for 18 months?
Yes, correct. So, and apologize if that was not clear. The return on the right-hand side is what would be yielded within a year. So it's about $416,000 per year.
$416,000 a year. But all these are the annual returns, and all the yields are annual yields.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we are expecting that after 6 months, the first portion of it will be reinvested, and there will be another 6 months, and then once the 12 months is matured, it will be reinvested and matured in another 24 months. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So can you help me out how to derive this 95,400? I couldn't derive it.
Sure. So I don't have a calculator back on me, but when I did it, I multiplied the yield times the 25% principal listed in the middle column.
So it's $3.6 million times 1 plus 1.325%. Okay, that's not 95.
I just did it on my calculator,
If
and
you
it
double
calculates
it,
correctly.
it's not 95. Even if you double it, it's not 95,000. So I'm confused. Can you give us some number calculation as far as how do you derive those numbers?
My apologies, Director Torn. I just recalculated my own calculator, and it works correctly. So as listed. So a principal amount, sure, a principal amount of $3.6 million with a assumed annual yield of 2.65% returns $95,400 over the course of a year.
You're out of order.
How do you calculate that?
I multiply.
Okay, $3.6 million times 1.01325.
I understand what you're doing. So multiply it by the full 2.65. The assumption is that principal will be invested for a full year.
You're correct. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand. So it matures in 6 months, and you put it back in. There's another 6 months. That's the whole year. So I'm trying to calculate where do you get this 95,400? Okay.
You're correct. You're correct.
Can you give me the calculation in spreadsheet that to share with us what this one and can you give us
So forgive me if I've already. It's the same.
24 months?
Go ahead.
24 months. How do you get this annual return of $111,600? Because there is no such return. It's 24 months. It doesn't mature until 24 months. You can say, okay, even at 18 months. I don't understand how you come up with all those returns and annual returns.
Gotcha. So once
It don't
again,
mature until 18 months and 24 months.
yeah. So maybe I don't believe I misstated it, but I'll repeat myself. So the yield that's listed in the fourth column, that's 265, 284, 297, and 310. Those are all the annual yields. So if you want to recalculate the 24-month maturity, the 25% of the entire portfolio, You take the principal amount of $3.6 million multiplied by the 3.10% return. Multiply that across, comes up with $111,000.
Oh, you multiply
All
the
right, Director
$3.1
Turner,
million
your
by
time is up.
1%.
Who else wants the floor? Director Blackwell.
Thank you. What does a Sage View give us every year, rain or shine?
They charge you, rain or shine, 7 basis points.
And what do they give us?
It's based upon the return of the market. So it's going to go up and down. So some years in favorable markets, you're going to earn income. And then in unfavorable markets, the value of the investment is going to go down. It's nothing
Okay.
guaranteed.
So
What
we
about
have,
the interest? What about the interest? What's the interest?
So the interest rate fluctuates as well, depending upon, because of the fact that you are invested in an indexed bond funds, each of these funds has a different stated rate. So they go up, they don't go up and down, but as the investments change, so does the dividends that are returned. For instance, earlier in the year, your dividends were pretty low, whereas right now you're earning, I'm afraid to quote, but better than earlier in the year. Forgive me.
Tony, can I say
All right,
something?
Director Ardani.
As I understand from Maggie, Sage View in April tell us to sell. Am I right?
they said that
You're out
was
of
an
order.
option. Yeah.
No,
Ardani's got the floor.
I'm asking Maggie. Okay, and now we get the report from the third party to sell the investment, to sell it again. And 2 of our directors doing the research and telling us to sell it. If any of us, we have a doubt, we can do the motion and hire another consultation company to give us more, discussion
No,
about
time
it.
is important. We are
Because
losing
now
more money.
it's Sage View as advisor in April told us to sell. That third party told us to sell. 2 of our directors do the research to sell the investment. Okay, I think none of us very expert about the finance. We need somebody's more to come and just talk to us about it. And tell us
We lose
what
more
to do.
time by time. We lose more money when you wait.
I know, but we can do it for next 2 weeks, or we have
Okay,
a special closing meeting, something like that. Otherwise, we are wasting our time on the board.
Are you finished, Director? Yes. Director Lee?
Oh, that's why we wanted to postpone it. Because it's not because we want to stall on the vote, but we need to hear.
No.
Yes,
Don't go
because
that way.
I
Don't
feel
go,
that
don't go.
I'm not ready to vote.
Okay, Director Lee. Director Blackwell?
Thank you. What is our northern neighbor doing? Whatever they're called up north. Walnut Creek.
Oh,
What is-
I have not followed their investment strategies.
Okay. Okay, and so we have no clue what anyone else in our situation is doing. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Blackwell.
How many times?
Just want to advise you, President Liberatore, we do have 10 member comments that are waiting.
Okay,
So let's go to the member.
all right. All right, let's go with member comments.
Our first member will be Rhoda Lindner.
Hello. I'm only first because I came into the room first, not because I am an expert on investments. I'm really not an expert on investments. There's one thing I know about investments, though. Unrealized loss is better than realized loss. You take your unrealized loss and you turn it into $1 million of real money. That is not a very smart thing to do, usually, generally, as a basic rule. So I don't know what, if I were voting, I'm not sure what I would do except to ask the rest of the board to postpone this until we get more knowledge, partly from the economy and partly from experts. But the economy is changing constantly right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Director Skillman.
Director Skillman.
I agree with Director Lee. This takes further investigation by investment professionals. Your fiduciary duty requires you to get expert opinion, and we're really not getting that. It's been too soon. We spent a long time when we had the first investment ad hoc committee that went from Merrill Lynch to Sageview. We're not following Sageview's advice and everything, and it's going to take a lot of money to get back you say about 3 years to get that $1 million back, but during that time we'll be getting nothing on that. We'll not be getting any interest. We'll just be making back what we lost. I agree with Rhoda. An unrealized paper loss is better than a realized cash loss. The other thing that really concerns me is with this resolution. This resolution says that in the second resolve further, this corporation hereby authorizes managing agent of this corporation. It does not say that we are appointing the managing agent as our investment counselor. The next one says that we are terminating Sageview as our investment manager. If we're going to, that's going to leave us with nothing. So either we appoint Steve Hormuth as our investment manager, according to our investment policies, to do this on our behalf. This one time is not going to do it, and you say you're doing it so you can get insured by the federal government. But I think we all know that FDIC rates are up to $250,000. We're going to have to break it into a lot of pieces to get FDIC insurance over it. So I just think we're moving too soon. We need to stay the course. We need to look. We need to do our fiduciary duty to really analyze everything that is going on here, not just drop of the hat, this looks good, maybe we'll make more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Skillman. Paul?
Our next speaker is Ms. Maxine McIntosh.
All right, next.
Next would be Julia Christian.
Julia, you have the floor.
My name is Julia Christian. I'm a relatively new resident here at Laguna Woods at United Mutual. And I just want to give you a little background. My educational background is economics and business. My career experience includes working for a large international bank in their international banking division, and then commercial and real estate development and finance with multi-million-dollar properties. So I have some good background in financial matters over the years of my working life. And I'm very concerned about this notion that the idea that you would liquidate these reserves and convert them to U.S. bonds or Treasury bills. And I don't know, I've seen this little bit of history. I don't know the detailed history of your reserve investments, but it appears that value of the assets have decreased by 6 or 7% just in the last 6 or 7 months. So that's not insignificant, but it's not terribly significant. From January 2022, so the beginning of this year, the Dow Jones Index declined by 10.25%. So it appears that 6 to 7% decline in the portfolio is conservative, and apparently Sageview has done a reasonably good job. I didn't hear anybody complaining about the way it increased over the couple of years beforehand. It seems that the investments are fairly sound at this point. This is just a bookkeeping paper loss. It is not an actual loss. You still have solid investments, albeit worth $14 million and change right now. If you liquidate those assets, then you will incur your $1 million loss. But right now, you do not, it's just a paper transaction, paper bookkeeping thing. I mean, I can draw a line up and down all day long. It doesn't change the core asset of a portfolio. So restructuring these investments, in my opinion, is really foolishness because it makes an unrealized loss into an actual loss, just as previous people have spoken. Another problem about converting these assets into T-bills is basically a real math issue, a simple math. It's arithmetic even. Inflation is running 8 and 9%.
Thank you, Julia.
I'm sorry, may I just finish?
Yes.
I'm very short.
Okay.
8 or 9%. You're talking about investments of 2 to 3%. That's a 6% spread. That means you're losing an additional 6% because your interest isn't keeping up with inflation. That's compounding the 6%, 7% you're going to lose if you liquidate those assets. Now you're talking about a 13% loss. That's, in my opinion, utter foolishness. And I really feel like this proposal was a kind of Chicken Little, the sky is falling reaction to a very short-term glitch in the economy, and we know our economy will improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Paul?
We have Maxine McIntosh next.
Since there is no big hurry on this, we're hearing words that worry me. I'm trying to take in what I've learned. Words like assumptions, no guarantees, no inflation protection, assets being converted into T-bills. And when I look at this 6-month maturity, every 6 months a maturity date, okay, we know what the percentage will be up until the first maturity date. Then by the second maturity date, we've got 2 bills here for which we have no guarantee of what kind of interest we're going to make reinvesting them. Is that correct? Am I following correctly? Okay, because I'm learning through this too. And I don't doubt where everyone's heart is here. These people really care about the community, all of you, I know. But I'm very concerned. I do remember years ago going over this fund, well, I don't know how many years ago, but earlier years, that it was never meant to be a growth fund. We have growth funds. It was meant to be a contingency fund, an emergency fund. And so to change on all these warnings, I don't see that we're being guaranteed a better deal. There's no guarantees, are there? None at all. I think it's very important to leave it as all our investments at home are doing. They're going up and they're going down, and not to mess with it until, like the good director said, we get some more real expert advice. Now, what we had trouble with last time I was on the board, we couldn't find someone who didn't have something to sell to come and advise us. Now, you might be able to today, but everyone represented a fund or a bank, or maybe it just wasn't easy to figure out how to even go after them. but you might want to try to see if you can find a good professor from Chapman University or UCI, for instance, who might come and speak to you about this. There are really talented people there who aren't yet under private payroll outside of the university. But I think that's a great idea. Look at all these concerns, all these desires to do what's best.
Yeah.
I don't doubt Lenny for a minute. I've known him for years. I know he has the best at heart for the community on this. But there's real concern here, and people like myself who aren't experts will be worried, very worried to hear on what basis this was passed, unless you have that kind of input from very well-educated, knowledgeable people with nothing to sell. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine.
Can I say something?
No, it's their turn now. Paul?
Our next speaker is Tony Mendel.
Tony Mandel, you have the floor.
This board wants to finalize selling one of our corporate holdings for a price close to the initial investment without taking into consideration penalties for selling before investments mature. Further, they've not taken into account the additional holdings that have been bought with the interest earned from over time from the original investment and added to the holdings. If the sale goes through, there will be a loss of close to $1 million of real money. For this to be considered wise or prudent, absent consultation with an entity qualified to properly analyze it, is rash. Add to this, the board members behind this scheme have already decided where to invest the money if the sale goes through. They're attempting to function as a multi-million-dollar corporations, financial advisors, and broker without the training or license to be either. To protect United, the sale should be voted down until such time as it's vetted by an entity qualified to properly analyze it. And I would consider, because these board members who've done this have not done their due diligence of relieving those who activated this scheme when they come up for re-election.
Thank you, Tony. Paul?
Our next speaker is Georgiana Willis.
Georgina, you have the floor.
Hi. I have no background in the financial area, but I've been an investor for decades. I pulled money out of the market probably a year and a half ago because it was very predictable as to where it was going because of the lockdowns, the pandemic lockdowns, and other things that occurred. So if we had financial advisors who couldn't see that, then we're in trouble. And we obviously, even what we were put into, I think it's a violation of Davis-Sterling Act. So where our monies could not have been put into stock or something where we could have taken a loss, because there are plenty of financial instruments out there where you can gain income, but you're guaranteed against loss. All I know is I've been probably in the market for 50 years off and on, and I've seen it go up and it goes down. Right now it's gone down. We know why it's gone down. But there are changes coming, probably within the next few months, that are going to turn it around. These changes will come out of necessity. And, but there are a lot of motions, I think, that are going on in the background now that will impact this. So I say, just let it sit there. Don't take a loss, because we can't have this attitude toward things. I think in the future, what we need to do, rather than go to VMS or someplace like that, because I have my own reservations about certain parties on VMS, and I don't know them real well, but what I do know, I'm not impressed with. We've got people who live here or are part of United homeowners who have a financial background. My preference would be to put together a little task force of people who have this education, the credentials, and I'm not talking brokers necessarily, but people who understand money, who would be willing to put together, to talk and research who are these investment firms out there that are going to act in our interests. Because these guys put us into something, if this was a couple of years ago, they put us into something that Wall Street wouldn't have touched with a 10-foot pole. So I say, forget the loss. Hold on to it. Go have your sundaes, your sodas, whatever you want. Enjoy life. It goes up, it goes down. Gravity, whatever it is, it's going to go back up again. So I would say, please don't take this loss, because right now we don't have it unless we sell. And these people that we've got have major conflicts of interest, I think, as well. So they've got really serious legal problems if we wanted to pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgina. Paul?
Our next speaker is John Beckett.
Mr. Beckett? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the previous speaker. There's legal issues here. Last year, Sacramento passed a law that says, quote, in no event may an association's funds be invested in stocks or high-risk investment options. What is a high-risk investment? I Googled investment risk, and I got a million different answers and a lot of ads. Finally, I discovered an authoritative source of unbiased investment information, FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. FINRA's duty is to protect the public, and they offer a lot of reliable information on their website. For example, FINRA says that an investment's rate of return consists of 3 variables: dividends, interest, and change in market value. Here we are. It also said that the rate of return isn't all we need to consider. For example, United's long-time investment policy has always been safety first, liquidity second, and rate of return last. The previous board, United board, took $15 million from our reserve fund and invested the money in bond funds, believing that they were low risk. Those investments are losing money at market value at the rate of $1 million a year. Are bond funds a low-risk investment, as they thought, or are they a high-risk investment? The fact that we've lost so much money in such a short amount of time proves to me that bond funds are indeed a high-risk investment. And I think that as much as we want to get out of these now, we really have to cover your butts, and that is get somebody who's qualified to tell you exactly where you stand and what is the best, what options are available to you, and what are the consequences that you're facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Paul?
Our next speaker is Dick Rader via Zoom.
Mr. Rader, you have the floor.
Thank you. Whatever the board decides today requiring the investment policy, I certainly go along with it. However, as an advisor to the United Finance Committee, I would like to point out 2 things. First of all, using the laddered approach for Treasury bonds, this means that every 6 months we'll be investing 25% of our portfolio in new Treasuries. So every 6 months. The assumption is being made that Treasury rates will remain at the current rate. That is a false assumption. You could look back in history quickly and see that over a year those Treasury rates fluctuate all over the place. They were, well, I won't go into that. So just like bond funds fluctuate, so do Treasury rates. So you cannot predict using today's Treasury rate how long it would take to recoup the $1 million projected loss. The second point I would make is the following. Treasury rates and cost of bonds have an inverse relationship. So currently, as the rate goes up, the bonds costs go down. And that's the situation now. Bonds cost less to buy. This means it's a perfect time to invest in bonds because for $100, let's say, for every $100 invested, you're going to be able to buy more bonds, each bond delivering interest at a certain rate. This has not been factored into the considerations. So this is why it is really important, and I made this suggestion before, and I hear it again today. We need to come up with a situation whereby we receive expert advice, not just from SageView, because SageView is being questioned. So therefore, there are various avenues that have been suggested today whereby we could get more considered opinions. One of the things that you could do is there are investment advisors that will have no conflict of interest. They are paid just for their advice. They're not going to be buying anything on your behalf. And that's one avenue of approach that you might consider. Either way, the committee, I hope, will make the best decision possible. But the things I just told you need to be factored in to your considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rader. Paul?
Okay. The next speaker is going to be via email. This is Marvish Borhani. When I chose Laguna Woods after my retirement, first I looked at its website and saw over $15 million in reserve accounts. That was the first credit I gave this place and felt comfortable to move here. However, after losing $1 million, I don't feel the same now. I am watching finance meeting online, and from the last year, the reserve account is melting in front of our eyes, and no action was taken by boards. Finally, in a finance meeting a few months ago, there was a motion to put stop of this bleeding. I came here to ask what makes our board to wait so long to wake up and stop losing money in our reserve accounts. Why you didn't act when it was only a few $100,000 losses. In this a trend, United Board to wait until the loss over $1 million, then wake up and think about another strategy of investment. My friend lives on 3rd, and she said 3rd changed their strategy in the spring with only a few thousand losses. Does United Board care about our investment company more than its residents? I want to thank two brave United directors who stand for residents' benefit and put a stop losing our reserve money. Please vote yes today to the motion for changing our investment to Treasury bill.
Thank you, Paul.
And the last email is from Pat Cameron. It is distressing to learn of a 5-6 vote in favor of moving our reserve funds. My own finance advisor is against this very thing, stating that the approach is not prudent. We all recognize that the deadline is in the market has reduced everyone's ROI. But to move the reserve funds seems extremely nearsighted. Is our United Finance Advisor in favor of this move? Question mark. And that is the last of the member comments.
Thank you, Paul. All right, we have something, all right, we have a whole lot of discussion. I'll go right to left. Director Ascari, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Lack of knowledge brings always fear, and fear creates a kind of unreasonable talk or thought. So in that case, I heard here some people with a very good heart and very caring, which I love it. However, the knowledge by the time that they are talking is a little bit clear, is not very knowledgeable regarding to this investment. I will quickly give a review of what's going on right now and what will happen, and also answer some question of directors that they ask. First of all, let me quickly goes with this one that a director asked, does VMS handling this one from now or is advisor? They're not advisor. And T-bill, yes, they are doing T-bills non-stop. I mean, they are doing for discretionary and also they are doing, Steve is here. Steve, how much of the third you are doing for the third? How much investment you are buying treasury bill for third?
Sure. At the direction of the third board in March of 2022, we purchased $25 million with a one-year term.
Thank you. $25 million, and ours is $14 million. So that's number one. So a director asked, please, do we know any sisterhood? You don't need sisterhood. Third is right in front of you, right in front of you. And they changed it in March when they were only a few thousand, actually 13,000 down. Were they smarter than us? Sure they were. They care about the residents? Sure they care about residents. So did we board, United Board even ask this one? Yes, I asked when it was 100,000 down. And not mentioning the name of the director, that laughed and said, it is crazy that we take 100,000 loss. Let's back to those people that they said realize and unrealized. Could you please put that first email that I sent to you, Michaela? Is just investment for last month, June. I want everybody realize this one. While they are finding that one, I am answering another one because I just writing some of these notes. Okay, there you go. So if you can see this one, probably, I don't know, you can see it. And look at that. You are saying unrealized and let it go. This is our statement of revenue in last month. I mean, the last that we have. I highlighted. Did you see 175,000 parentheses? That means minus. That means we already taken. They already take in the account. And look at the bottom. No. If it is not account, that must be positive. And that next to that, year to date, 1.4 million should be 2.4 million here. And we should claim. And even in the audit, if you back to the audit, always they ask those unrealized as their deduction, so therefore we cannot claim from finance and said, yeah, it does unrealized, let's give the extra cash that you have it back to the operating or back to the reserve account.
Time is up.
Please let me finish this one because I have to show another one. Yes, because everybody talked 3 times and it is the first time. And please, the next chart, if you show the next chart. Okay, here comes another one. It started from 2019 back to the last month. You can see here, beginning starting with 14.8. Can you see those red and light and then red? You said lost and gain and lost and gain. This inflectual going up and down is based on the interest that everybody talk in the market end of last month that the interest rate going up. That was suggestion, but board didn't decide to do that. However, interest rate is not going down anytime soon. Some people, they said, don't realize, and I like that lady that said that one, but in the time that you are waiting, this goes down, 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 you can make money with that. And that's the problem, is the timing that you are making money. Treasury bill is absolutely by calculation. It does not affect interest rate. It does not affect presidential election. It does not affect even war. Anything's happen, face value, in 6 months, you will get it, 100%. It is based on calculation. In 2007, I was introduced to market to make a math modeling with another 3 people. And later we find why they fire us, because in 2008 was a crash, and later we find why they were hurried to put those modeling. I am telling you, calculation, they keep the emotion above. Some people, they said emotion. I am not talking emotional. In the market, I never ever talk to the market by emotion, talk by calculation. Calculation and all information that you have. I want everybody notice in this one, and those people that they're against, if it is keep going down, and in 2 years, we are talking about 2 years or 3 years that is back, if United lost, I will come from all of these members that they said no, they have to put a check down and give it to the residents, because they are responsible for this no if they are saying. This must be happened because the calculation says in 2.5 years we will get, and actually it's not $1 million and it's about 800,000. That's all.
Okay, Director Schreier, you've had 5 minutes. Director Blackwell.
Thank you. This is a book you should recognize. This is our book of laws. This is performance of duties, degree of care, reliance on reports, exemption from liability.
Yeah.
Any director shall perform the duties of a director, including reasonable inquiry, as an ordinarily prudent person in a like position would do. In performing the duties of a director shall be entitled to reply.
Out of order. Please talk exactly like that.
Come on, you don't have the floor. Director
Well, out of
Blackwell
order.
has the
This
floor.
reading.
Director Blackwell has the floor.
Talk about investment.
Entitled to rely on information, opinions, reports, or statements. Counsel, independent accountants, or other persons as to matters which the director believes to be within that professional or expert competence. We have not heard from one expert in 2 months. We have not heard from one expert. We're going to dissolve $1 million before our eyes without hearing from one outside, uninvolved expert. Our attorney has said we must hear from an expert. We have not yet heard from an outside, unencumbered expert.
Out of order. He just said it.
You're out of order. I'm the chair. I'll run the meeting. Are you done?
Thank you.
All right. Director Diane Casey.
Well, with everything we've heard today, I think we should. With everything we've heard today, I think we should table this motion and do a further study. I mean, everybody is saying this. I mean, even Nada, everybody, Pearl, we can't act on this motion at this point. We need to table the motion.
Director Ross.
Yeah, we agreed already not to table the motion. We agreed to vote on this motion. I want to read an email that I received recently so I can share it with our members. And it reads as follows. Lack of knowledge can create fear, and fear can create an unreasonable act. The reason some directors say we are selling at the bottom shows the lack of knowledge, and also it may not be cleared for the board what kind of investment we have. Let's review together. At the moment, we have T-bonds, which its price moves opposite of interest rates. Interest rates just started going up. Therefore, T-bonds will go down and up, down and down. If you think now is the bottom of T-bond prices, then sit and watch how this reserve money sinks and goes down. We are not even close to the bottom of it. This is not stock. Some might say it will back up. Yes, correct. But all those years that we wait this money back up, we can make more money in other ways. T-bill. Let's explain in a very simple way, and I hope all could understand. United investment of $14.8 million out of reserve account was invested in treasury bonds by Sageview in October 2019. T-bonds has two components. It gives a small dividend, and every 6 months, then it moves its price value with the market. It has opposite move with interest rates. I have been introduced to the market in 2007 when I and 3 others were hired to make math modeling for a few different movements of the market. In my very intense training and classes to get certification, every master of market told in the market by the rumor. By last quarter of 2021, a strong rumor was around the market. Interest rates will go up. I knew T-bond moves opposite of interest rates, so at the end of 2021, in Finance Committee, I suggested to sell all T-bonds. I received a strong opposition from other directors because of over 100,000 loss at that time. In 2022, in every finance meeting, there was a discussion about our investment. Sageview believed this is a long-term and eventually it will be back. But the missing part of this view is the more we go down, the more years we should wait to get back to where we have been. And yes, in front of our eyes, every month the loss got bigger and bigger. Finally, in May of 2022, Finance Committee passed a motion to move the investment from T-bond to T-bill. But what is T-bill? Treasury bill does not pay dividend. However, on the maturity date, you get the face value of the T-bill no matter what happened in the market or in the world. Face value is fixed at the time of buying it in discount. Now let's compare the two strategies to see one is more certain. First, T-bond. We stay in T-bond, get average 150K divided in a year, and go on our knees and pray that the value of T-bond backs up. Sageview said if the value of our investment is not going more down, then we might get our loss back in 2.5 to 3 years. However, there is no sign that interest rates are going down very soon, and the value of our T-bond is keep going down. So it might take 3 to 4 years to get our money back. Second, T-bill. If we take the loss and buy T-bill with a laddered investment, we receive $400,000 in a year, and in 2.5 years, we will get our money back with 100% certainty, regardless of market and interest movement. I hope this helps you to understand the difference of the two strategies. As you see, it is about the safety and which plan is more secure. With T-bills, we know exactly how much and when we get the loss back. But with T-bond, nothing is guaranteed. One more thing, Third moved their investment from T-bond to T-bill in spring 2022 when they were only a few $1,000s down. Their board members care about the benefit of their residents rather than their own ego and personality attacks on each other. Third might have a problem among directors too, but when it comes to a plan which is clear and beneficial to all residents, they were together. Their financial statements show nonstop positive investment income since March of 2022. It is all about 100% certainty and safety. With T-bills, we know exactly when and how much we can make, regardless of market movement, war in world, or any presidential election. The loss can be recovered in 2.5 years.
5 minutes. Thank
I
you,
want to know
Director.
who
By
wrote that.
T-bill, 100% guaranteed.
Director Lee.
No guarantee that we get back our
Azar.
loss with
This came
T-bond
from Azar. How
in
could you
2.5
read that
years.
again?
Now
That's
go and think
ridiculous.
about it.
Why not?
Director Lee has the floor.
Okay, now
Ridiculous. if we read
everybody,
Azar's
I
email. Come
I
on.
have the floor. What I want to say is we passed a resolution last month that we have 28 days of review and then vote on this issue. For 28 days, only thing that happened was each side insist their point of view, tried to persuade, tried to discount the other side. And this is a good example of what happened for 28 days. So in other words, in 28 days, we did not accomplish anything. We need independent, professional advice, we also need to look into what other people are doing. Of course, good for the third, they did the right thing, and we missed the boat, but it's not too late. So instead of just saying, we don't have to look anybody, we have the third. And I don't agree with that. We can look at other Walnut Creek, and we can look at other facilities and see what they're doing, and just broaden our views instead of keep insisting, because none of us will change our positions. We're just reiterating what we already said, and just keep saying that I'm right and it's your fault, and if anything goes wrong, you're going to pay for it. Stuff like this we need to stop doing that. At this time, I really like to emphasize, let's not waste any more time reading anybody's email or anybody's, because we're not going to persuade anybody at this point. I'm not ready to vote, because if we vote, it will be under a lot of pressure, and I'm not ready. And
Just
that's
vote
the
no.
truth.
Just vote no.
You're out of order. I'm running this meeting, and if I hear any more interruptions of protocol, I'm going to ask security to escort you out.
So
And if you don't have the floor, you don't talk.
Thank you. So my final request is we need to get independent, not emotional expert to give us their own note.
Thank you, Director Lee. Paul.
Just want to advise you, we do have 2 more member speakers.
Okay. Let them speak. Who's first?
We have Dick Rader.
The board also comment here, President?
Yeah, Director Bastani, if you got something to say, you have the floor.
I had my hand up when the first lot of residents came in, but I never got a chance to talk. The thing is that if you're giving time for the board directors to talk, you should do the same with the residents as well.
You know, Director Bastani, I don't want to hear your correction of me. You can take that up some other time now. Do you have something to say about the issue? If you do, say it.
Yes, in the previous set, some people, they came 3 times to residents and talked, and they take time. You should stop this. You should give the same time to directors and residents simultaneously.
Well, thank you for your correction, Bastani. It's well taken. Director, and then who's next?
Dick Rader.
Mr. Rader, you have the floor.
I just want to point out something that I'm finding very frustrating. I don't know if you're aware of it, but the people on Zoom do not have access to the chat box. And what that means is I had raised my hand very early on, and I wanted to make a suggestion for the agenda for the upcoming town hall meeting. And here's my suggestion. Please make sure that the chat box is operative, because when you raise your hand and you also put in, hey, I'd like to ask a question, it seems to be recognized earlier than if the chat box is not operating. I just thoroughly get, what shall we say, frustrated, because oftentimes I'm on Zoom and I'm a representative of a lot of other people who would like to speak. This needs to be looked at before every meeting to make sure that residents have an opportunity to speak through Zoom. I do want to reemphasize what I said before. I'll take another tack. You're pointing to Third, but you're comparing apples and oranges, because Third did their move earlier. They only invested for 1 year. We're doing it later at a time when the situation is quite different. And we're doing it so that a laddered approach, which would extend out through 2 years or more. So I think it's really incumbent to take the advice of some of the members, residents, and board directors to have some expert advice. This could be done, as somebody said, within 2 weeks. You could get people in and you could have an emergency meeting and get this thing not resolved, but get further input so each member can make their own decision, each board member can make a learned decision when they come to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rader. Paul?
Elizabeth Roman.
Thank you again. I can't support that comment enough about getting the very best that we need here. If we were a private person, we would go hire the best outside. We are impacting people's lives in the future of this community, and I think no matter how qualified we are, that we need somebody that hasn't been here before to come and take a look at it. That follows with my other comment is that many people have been brought in to show that the reserves are adequate. My bank says it's not. And so I'm, stuck. I can't sell. I can't do anything. And I would like to have, you get the audit from the bank that shows that we lack this, so that I can either refinance or sell. And there's 7,000 of us that are in that situation. So I'd appreciate that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, we have anybody else?
No further comments.
All right, now I've let this go on because I know it's a very important thing. So, board, what do you want to do? Director Blackwell.
Our attorney, I asked him, she has the paper, our attorney said we must consult an outside expert. That's what he said. Jeff Beaumont, she has the print off.
Director Ross.
I call for the vote.
Well, that's a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to call for the vote.
All right, so the motion is to the previous question. All right,
Yes, the
Director
previous
Ross
question.
has made a motion for the previous question.
Seconded?
Needs to be seconded.
Seconded?
Seconded, all right, and it requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of this motion to the previous question requires a 2/3 vote.
So what is the motion?
What is the
Can you
motion?
please
She
repeat
just
the
made a
motion?
Just, isn't that we go to the vote?
No, he just made a motion
For,
the previous question to end debate.
yeah,
Second.
end debate.
Now we're going to debate it?
No,
So
end of debate.
this is, we vote to end debate.
Yeah.
This the
we vote-
motion to the previous question to end the
Yeah,
debate.
end the-
That's
end
what
the
we're
vote.
voting on
End
right
the-
now.
Okay.
End the
Everybody say all in
debate.
favor of it?
Yeah, end the debate.
I agree.
You got the count? Paul? All right, Director Bastani, how do you vote?
He voted
Yeah,
yes.
he did it.
Director Tarn, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
So, Paul, do you have a count for me?
okay.
It's unanimous decision.
Yeah, unanimous.
So it carried?
Yes.
Okay.
It passed.
All right, debate is over. All right, now we go back
just
to the
one.
main motion here. What we're discovering is item C, is that correct?
Yes.
So we're going to vote on all in favor of forwarding, accepting item C there. Please raise your hand.
Can you repeat this again?
In favor of the TV.
Well, look, Director Bastani, do you have the agenda in front of you? It's 12C. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
Well, that's what
Yes,
we're
I
voting on
have.
now. We're not, the debate is over. We're voting
I
on
don't
it
know
now.
whether we're voting for treasury bills or or what?
Let's the rest of us.
We're voting on 12C.
To
Debate
sell
is
and
over.
take the loss.
Can I quickly says just the motion?
You want
so they
that?
know? It's just moving the
Not
investment
moving,
to the
taking a
T-bill.
loss.
If you have 12C in front of you,
12C,
Director
moving to
Bastani,
the
read
T-bill.
it and then give us your vote.
12C is not clear.
All in favor of 12C passing, raise your hand, please.
Passing?
Well, you're voting on 12C. Everybody in favor of 12C, raise your hand.
Oh, cash.
All against it, raise your hand. Director Bastani, what's your vote?
Abstain.
Director Tarn, what's your vote?
Abstain.
All right, I have 2 abstentions, and how many for it?
5.
BS?
Three
What?
yes, 3 yes, 5 no's.
5 no, so the motion fails.
Okay. Can we do the motion for having more research and get the other company to
No.
give us the advice?
No, we can,
No, what we're doing here, we're following the agenda, please.
so that is
Okay.
All right, so now we go on to 12D. Committee assignments, it's August and we're still not set on our committee assignments. All right, now the committee assignments haven't changed except for, if you look on the back of your page,
What is the change?
Compliance Ad Hoc Committee.
Compliance at
And the director's names are penciled in there are Maggie Blackwell and Pearl Lee. So I make a motion to, or somebody want to make a motion on this?
Who introduced them? These two director has many.
Well,
many
this is on the
committee.
motion now. You don't have to accept it. We don't need no. Does everybody see the addition to this?
yes, Anthony.
Read it, please.
The board voted down the anti-harassment policy. So if the board voted that down, I don't see how
Yes,
we can
it should
have
go to this one.
representatives on it. So United will be unrepresented on
This
it.
has, it's
No,
not,
this is
this is
not.
not limited.
Siobhan?
As Francis explained earlier, they're going to take a look at a number of different policies and procedures. It's not limited just to the anti-harassment proposed policy.
That's all right. So where do we
Okay.
stand with this thing then? It's been on the floor, it's on our agenda. We have to do something with it. All right, it's D, right? 12D.
12A.
12D, United Committee appointments.
Oh, that one.
So we want to send this back to committee. What do you want to do with it?
No, we can assign it. We can pass it. Pass it.
As we said that we want to just go to the ad hoc to talk about it more. Goes
All right,
to the
well, somebody
details.
Well, it's been discussed now. Somebody brought up that since we voted it down, they seem to think that it's irrelevant.
Okay, just move. Just take it out.
Oh, let's
Okay.
go around the table. What are we going to do with this, Director Casey?
Well, I mean, I think we should be on the committee, and we might not even get called to report until it gets to the policy of the harassment, because there's other things, as they mentioned, that are going to be discussed by the board, you know, on this compliance. So I would say we should still vote to have members on it, you
All
know?
right, so we're discussing this. Director Casey thinks we should still vote on, and remember, we're voting on the whole appointment thing. You know, and it's just one addition, and that's to the ad hoc committee. Now, in case it is on, we won't have any representation, so. Anybody else want to comment on this? Sharon?
I received a comment from Francis, and she advises us that United will only be involved in the joint policy, which it just voted against. The rest of the items are for GRF only.
Okay, so it's just done. We take this one off? Okay, it's off.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's, okay, let's go to the next.
Anybody want to give us some direction here? What do you want to do? We want to,
Well, as-
don't forget now, on item D, we're deciding whether we're going to vote for the committee assignments or not.
Mr. President, as Shiban explained, she said by receiving a message, we should just not consider this one. That's it. Just take it off.
Do the other
Yes.
directors agree with that? Just
Someone
drop
should make
it?
a motion
Yes.
to, someone
So
should
does
make a
that mean we
motion
don't agree to the appointments, the committee appointments?
Make a motion for what?
not to change.
This
the-
is committee appointments.
Okay.
So you want to alter the committee appointments?
Yes.
That means you want to alter the resolution, is that correct?
We want to do that, but it seems that because we voted down, now it's on GRF. We cannot do anything.
No, if you,
else.
this
As
here,
Shiva
this,
said.
we're voting here on update committee assignments. We agree or we don't agree? Very simple.
Okay, agree, agree.
I agree to have it.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So, all in favor of the committee assignments as they stand, please raise your hand.
Yes.
We don't have a motion.
All right, that's what we have here. And all against, raise your hand. Director Bastani, do you agree with 12D? How do you vote? Yes? Director Torn?
Yes.
All right, passes. Thank you very much. Now we're going to, where are we at?
Now, 11B.
We talked about the town hall.
No, 11B.
All right, this is A on 12A, new business.
No, there
You know what,
is.
we didn't discuss
No,
items,
you
the
missed
new
one.
business.
Mr. President, you missed one.
13A.
Yeah, we went from
We move 11B.
B3 down to
Yes.
E, so
Now
let's
we
discuss
should, we
that
should
now.
talk about that.
Recommendation to approve resolution for 15% reduction in landscape irrigation within United Board.
Yeah.
That was on the consent calendar, we moved it down to unfinished business. All right.
Yeah.
Director Casey, would you lead us on this discussion, please?
Okay, so this is a recommendation that came from the Landscape Committee because we are in a drought and there are strong, we're not mandated to cut our water usage yet, but we are recommended to cut it. So they want to cut the sprinkler system down by 15%, which is one watering cycle. So that is the motion that was approved by the Landscape Committee, and I would like to make a motion to follow that recommendation and cut our water usage down 15% in the sprinkling.
Okay, thank you. Let me just remind, this was on a consent calendar because it was work already done by this committee, forwarded on to us, but we decided to bring it off and bring it under unfinished business. And Director Diane Casey has given us some further information and opinion on it. Director Blackwell, do you want to talk on it?
I second the motion.
Okay, then.
So Director Casey made a motion to approve it.
Yes.
Director Blackwell has seconded that motion. Director Ascari can lead the discussion.
Yes, sure. When I read this background, that's why I move it. Let's read it in the discussion. They said, United Mutual is responsible for the maintenance of 236.7 acre of irrigated landscape. 138 of those acre is turf. Due to the fact that Mutual's trees are located in the turf area, the turf will be considered functional. That means this amount is not considered because only non-functional turf, if you look at the above that, must be cut. So when I minus 236.7 minus 138, it comes up only 80.7 acre. That is considered. That was my question, and I said, this calculation doesn't make sense, or at least somebody explained to me. And in the other side, we know that United has 75 acres shrub bed. So those are, you cannot take deduction. So if I minus 75 out of that, how much is left that you are decided to 15% goes down? Based on this background, unless this background is not correct, I am not in this community, I just read this one, it doesn't make sense. I want some explanation about that before I vote to that.
I don't think Kurt's here.
Thank you, Director Ascari.
I'm trying to have him join via Zoom.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
And also financially, they said $200,000 we are saving. That is what I said in the budgeting. If we are deducting, why for 2023 we are not taking $200,000 off the bills? So I am, because CFO is here, I am asking you, please look at here. If we are saving 200, it is in page 1 of the 4. If we are deducting we're supposed to save $200,000, and I want this $200,000 goes to the budgeting for 2003 and be deducted for that.
It already was. The $200,000 reduction is included in the 2023.
Okay, great, as long as be there, because last time when I see it wasn't, and I asked, please put that one. If for the third one, is that perfect?
Okay, thank you, Director Oscar. Anybody else want to talk on this?
Kurt is here if you would like him to.
All right, Kurt.
I don't know if he heard the question, though.
Okay.
Okay, repeat the question for
Sure.
Kurt.
Mr. Kurt?
Yes.
Hi. I am just reading regarding to this 15% reduction, which is great idea. I am not against that. I just want to understand more when I read it last night. In the discussion, they said the government is just forcing with the developing plan for further restriction on irrigation non-functional trough. So that's the first paragraph in the non-functional. And in the second paragraph says, United Mutual has 236.7 acre. And from that 236.7, 130 acre is turf, but also there are trees on that. So it's considered as functional. That means we cannot touch that one because they are functional and we should use only on non-functional. So when I minus 236 minus 138, it comes 98.7 acre. However, as you know, I learned from you that 75 acre, United owns 75 acre of shrub bed. So those are probably, we cannot deduct the water for them. So a little bit I am concerned for how many acre we should deduct this 15%.
Oh, good question. We're going to reduce everything by 15%. The governor's order about functional and non-functional turf doesn't necessarily apply to us yet. It applies to the other areas up north that are hit harder. Should further restrictions come in, that's where the functional and non-functional turf would come in. And yes, you are correct. Turf that has trees in it would be considered functional turf. But what we are going to do, and it's the same thing we are doing in third, we believe that the trees will be fine at a 15% reduction, but we are going to watch them. And any trees that start to struggle, we will install drip rings for the trees in the turf areas to keep the trees alive and still be able to reduce the turf irrigation as well as the shrub irrigation by 15%.
Well, Mr. Kurt, in that case, for 138 acre that we have trees on them, if we deduct the water, are we violating that executive order of California M722? Because they mention on that, it must be non-functional turf.
No, I think you're misunderstanding the governor's explanation, and I've met with El Toro Water District on this. And the only why they're differentiating between functional and non-functional. They're not saying you have to water functional turf. What they're saying is cannot water non-functional turf is what the distinction is. You can reduce water anywhere you want to under this governor's order. They're just saying in the areas that are hardest hit, and should El Toro Water District go to level 3, that's when those distinctions will come into place. And those distinctions are clear that you cannot water non-functional turf. It doesn't say anything about what you do with functional turf. If you want to do your part and not water your functional turf, that's fine too. But they know that the functional turf has a purpose, sports fields and things like that. Residential homes are not covered by this either. But we're fine at reducing 15%. We think the trees will be fine. We think the shrubs will be fine. We think the turf will suffer a little bit, but we think it will survive till the cooler months.
I have no objection for a 50% down. I just don't know how many acre we can consider by this writing. As I said, I am not expert in the landscape, but this calculation, the way that right here, doesn't give us 200,000 reduced water dollar. I am in finance. I'm more curious about the finance that by this writing, this doesn't give us that much. Unless you change it, unless you change this discussion writing, because 236 minus 180 and minus 75 doesn't give us much. And I don't want we pass something that in future, if somebody read this resolution, we'll be in trouble.
The resolution is just.
I don't know.
reducing
Did
the
you
water.
write this one or someone write this one? I don't know who write on this one. And I'm
I
not
wrote it,
expert on that.
Well, the references in the report are just, and I don't have it in front of me, but the references in the report are just for information. The plan is to reduce irrigation 15% across the board, regardless of whether it's shrubs or regardless of whether it's turf.
Okay.
It's 15% across.
So no matter non-functional or functional, no matter. Are you saying that one?
No matter. Yeah, all of your turf is considered functional because of the trees.
Okay, if
All right,
you say
thank you,
so.
Director Ascari.
Okay.
To refresh our memory, it's been a long morning. Director Casey, would you reread that resolution for us, please?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to accept the recommendation from the Landscape
Could you
Committee.
refresh our memory on the resolution by reading it for us?
Okay, the resolution is irrigation water mandate. Whereas July 14th, 22, the Landscape Committee recognized that the state of California is experiencing record drought conditions requiring parts of Southern California to reduce exterior irrigation water use. Whereas the current water restriction mandates request a voluntary reduction in portable water use of 15% and irrigation water sources in United Mutual are mostly portable water. And whereas the Landscape Committee determined that a 15% reduction of landscape irrigation is a prudent and proactive approach to an ongoing drought conditions in the region. Now therefore be it resolved on August 9th, 22, that a 15% reduction in irrigation water use shall be applied to all irrigation within United Mutual. And resolve further, this resolution shall become in force and effect on August 9th, 2022. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
Thank you, Director Casey. Now, let me refresh everybody's memory. This was on the consent calendar because it had already been discussed in committee. We took it off the calendar and put it on this unfinished business. And now Diane Casey, Director Casey has refreshed our memory on this resolution. And so we can debate now whether we're going to accept it or not.
Yes, Mr. President. Can I ask one more question regarding to legal issue? Because, Mr. Kerr, you know that many people here, they are curious about all of this landscaping. All I wanted to make sure, if they know this rule, and this by Governor California says non-functional TARF, and you said we don't care is non-functional or functional, we are going to deduct. We're not going to get sued by residents because this is in the public. This is the government of California issued executive order M722, and they said it must be non-functional. So I am just warning all the director. It said it is non-functional, and we have residents that they are very aware. If they see their things going yellow and the trees is burning, they might sue us. I take your word. I don't mind. I love that 15% down. Actually, I love 13% down. But I don't want to get sued because I know some residents are very curious, quickly goes to this, and they said, there was a tree here, they didn't give water, the tree is done, now we are going to sue you. Because it specifically said non-functional. I don't know, this is in front of you or not. I don't know you have this paper or not. I am worried about the lawsuit. That's all I am saying. I am not going to vote for it. I love 15%, but I am worried about the lawsuit about that.
Tony?
She's got
I'm
her,
done.
her
I'm
rest of her
done,
time.
Mr. President.
you
Mr.
done?
Kurt
Okay.
didn't answer any.
All right, Director Ross?
Yeah, I just had a question for Kurt. Being that we're going to have a town hall to speak about the water shortage, is 15% sufficient? Is there going to be a reduction of 30%? That we have to revise this amendment and make it a 30% reduction in landscape irrigation? Or is 15% sufficient based on the state requirements? Kurt, can you comment?
Oh, you're muted.
You're mute.
Or
Currently, we are under El Toro Water District. The governor's order was left it up to, specifically the governor's order told all water districts to go to level 2 of their water restriction mandates. El Toro's water district's level 2 is a voluntary 15% reduction in water use. It does not mention functional or non-functional turf. Should we go to another one, which we don't know yet, as of right now, El Toro Water District says that they have plenty of water for the time being. We may go to the next level in 3, 4, 5, 6 months. We don't know. But as of right now, we're only in level 2 of El Toro Water District's plan, which is a 15% voluntary reduction in water use, which is what you are doing.
Thank you.
Can we ask in the closed
You don't
session?
have the floor.
Mr. President, one
Yeah.
question from you. I'm talking to you. Because in closed session, we have our legal counsel. Can we wait and Mr. Bowman see this one? Because this is the California, governor of California issues, and I am sure some residents are very curious,
Yes,
and they're
I'm
going to
sure.
sue.
But don't forget what Kurt is saying, the governor has said something, and El Toro Water, who's the final push here, that's who, and we have the governor.
Yeah.
And El Toro has to deal with them. We have to deal with the El Toro Water District, so, yeah.
Well,
I
I
understand.
suggested that Mr. Bowman look at this. We table this one for next month or even 2
We
weeks.
can
of
bring it up, sure.
Mr. Bowman, look at that. Make sure not get lawsuit.
Okay. So what do we want to do with this?
I table this one.
Yeah, may I have the floor?
Yes, Director Torn, you have the floor.
Yes, I noticed that during the recommendation, you have all kinds of goals set up. Okay, 15%, $200,000, golf course would also be exempted and that kind of thing. Okay, these are the goals. Do you have a plan as far as how to do it at this point? And are we going to have any kind of KPI that monitoring the progress of your plan? And what kind of promise based on your plan that we will have received? Oftentimes we have all these goals, and then nobody follows up on that, and we just forget about it. Okay, this is not acceptable from the board point of view. We need to have some specific management company follow up on that to keep us up to date as far as whether they made it or not. Where you provide us a plan as far as how you're going to reduce the water, not just we will do it, okay, but how do you do it, okay? And any follow-up KPI plan that compares this year to last year's, and so we can tell that, yes, we are actually meeting our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torn. Again, we have this resolution that's been taken off the consent calendar, put it down under here under finished business. And
May I have the answer from the VMS?
you're out of order. You're out of order. You have to get the floor from me before you start opening your mouth. Now you're out of order.
Floor?
You're out of order. No. Anybody else?
Paul.
I just want to advise you, we do have a member comment for this item.
Okay, let's hear the member comment.
Maxine McIntosh will be the speaker.
Maxine? Stupid people.
Thank you again. I'm recalling that the dry spell we went through some 10, 12 years ago, this had come up too, is decreasing the amount of water a second time, I think it was. And you know, it came up, I remember it coming up twice while I was on the board. And one meeting, there'd been no comparison. It was all based on state information. And then it came finally down the second time to local information. And we were saving more water than any other area, as I recall, in the state. So I was wondering if you have up-to-date information on the 15%. Is it hope that we'll be at the very top? We don't need to be the top. We should be conserving, but we also need to preserve the looks. When I ask people, new people to the village over and over, what are the most important things that brought them into the village? Nearly always one of them is the beautiful appearance. Even though we hear complaints about landscape, they see it as beautiful. I saw it as beautiful when we moved in. So I just don't want to see you have to take the water level any lower than absolutely necessary. So I hope you had information that would compare you before and after to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. I have every confidence in Curtis all over this stuff. And don't forget, this is the governor giving orders down to the water districts. Our water district is El Toro, and El Toro is dictating to us what they expect us to do.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? All right, so what do we want to do with this resolution?
I just get a view of the Mr. Bowman this afternoon when he's here, and then maybe
But I have
vote
a
it there.
resolution. I have to deal with this resolution right now.
May I have the floor, Chair?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, I have
Director Torn, go ahead, you have the floor. Keep it short, will you? I'm hungry.
Okay. As I said, we need to have a plan. So, like Maxine mentioned, while we do everything that the residents want, or we are doing things that residents are against. So it is very important.
You know,
that
Director
we-
Torn, have you heard anything I said? The governor has told El Toro Water District is telling Kurt. Now, you want a plan. I think El Toro is going to tell us what we have to do.
15% is the plan, is the goal. There's nothing talk about how do you do it. That's what I'm asking. How
Turn
do you
off the
do it?
spigot. You just turn off the water.
Just kill those plants. That's not what we want.
All right, let's vote.
Is that what
All right.
is that what
All right.
we're in the front
You're
of the-
just
throw the plant
wasting
out of
our
the water?
time here. On this resolution
No,
here,
you're wasting our time.
Director Casey's already read it. Are we ready for the vote on this or not? All right, all in favor of the resolution as it's been read by Diane Casey, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those against it, raise your hand. No negatives here. Director Bastani, how do you vote?
I abstain.
I abstain because I don't have legal information.
All right, so you have 2 abstentions. Director Torn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Okay.
I don't know whether the
All right,
implementation
Paul,
is.
what was the vote count, please?
We have 8 yes and 2 abstain.
All right, so the resolution is approved. Thank you. And let's see, forgot where we're at. Oh, we did the committee appointments. Now we're on to discuss and consider recruiting a recurring town hall. We're having a town hall. Now, do we want to have a recurring town hall? So that's the point of discussion now. We're not talking about agenda. The agenda item is discuss and consider recurring town hall meetings. All right?
Yeah.
So let's start with Pearl Lee. We don't hear her very much. Director
Well,
Lee.
I think that's a good idea. However, why don't we have a first one? And discuss it between the residents and us and have a good discussion and make a decision then.
Okay,
instead
so
of
you
doing
should
now.
think that discussion should come up at the town hall. Director Cash Akrakar, you've been awful quiet.
I like Director Lee's idea. Let's have the first town hall meeting and then decide whether or not to have reoccurring meetings. And
Thank
how
you,
often.
Director Akrakar. Director Ross.
I agree completely.
Okay, Director Casey.
Well, just that they have scheduled us to be in this ballroom, for future meetings, so, it would be good to see how the first one goes, and then,
All right, so you agree with them, see how it goes, and leave it up to make the decision. Director Blackwell.
Yes, I'd say for now, say yes, and we'll see how it goes. At least we have the room reserved if we want it.
Yeah, thank you. Director Nardani, you've been awful quiet today.
No, I wasn't that much. Yeah. Okay, I agree with it too.
Okay,
First
Director
right
Ascari.
here.
Yeah, I think it's a good communication between the board and residents. I highly recommend that we have it as reoccurring.
All right, thank you. Director Bastani? Oh, it's not really a vote, we're looking for opinions. Anyway, all right, Director Casey?
well, I just want to say that it's not a board meeting, so we can't all be present.
That's correct. That's a good point I was going to bring up, almost forgot it. And here's the deal, right now,
We need Torrance vote,
who?
and we're done, we got.
Andre.
All right.
Yes or no?
Well,
And then we'll have it.
Director Torn, what's your opinion on a recurring town hall?
Of course.
Of course. Thank you very much, Director Torn. Thank you, Director Torn. Now, again, it's been brought to my attention for the umpteenth time that we can't have we can't have 6 board members there because it qualifies as a meeting. So right now, Director Ascari has volunteered, Director Blackwell, Director Diane Casey, myself, so we can take one more person. Anyway, that's what we're discussing is the idea of a recurring town hall. I just bring that up. So we'll do that. And
Sorry, you means that we cannot show up as a resident?
well, you know what? I have a problem with that because if you're up on the board, you count. But if you're out there in the, I'm not a lawyer, but if you're out there with the rest of the people, I don't see how they can count that. But somebody could make an issue out of it. Somebody could make an issue out of it if you're out there. So I'm not a lawyer, so I won't comment on that. But that's what I've been told. We can only have 5 there. All right. So I've got everybody. I just need one more. Anyway.
His hand is up. Mr. President, Director Ross' hands is
I'll
up.
volunteer if you need a 5th.
Okay,
The 5th.
everybody accept it? All right, so
Yeah.
we have the 5 then. Director Ross, Director Diane Casey, Director Blackwell, Director Ascari, and myself. And we will have again, Director Ascari and Director Diane Casey was with us at the 3rd one, and there was no agenda. And what happened there, it degenerated, and 2 people, 2 A personalities dominated the whole thing. We'll try. If we're going to have a town hall, I think we want to inform the residents, it's my opinion, I guess, and like to hear from the residents. So we'll try to, and then also when the residents talk, we should, we can't have 2 people dominate the whole thing. So we should have some kind of, say, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5. I'll listen to your direction, but we should, when we give up to the residents, we should try to get as many residents' opinions as possible, so it's a 2-minute or 3-minute, whatever you decide, I'll go along with.
3 minutes seems good.
But I'll let you direct me. Okay, so let's go on to
Number
this-
B, Mr. President, can I table this one for the next month?
All right, Director Ascari wants to discuss B.
Discuss,
You've got the-
yes, discuss 2021 operating. I have some question regarding to that one, and I wanted to pass this one for the next month. If it is acceptable to everyone.
I'm sorry, what did you want to do?
I want to put this one for the next month,
Oh, you
table
want
this
to put
one.
this on the,
Yes.
lay it on the table?
Yes,
for
lay
next
on the
meeting?
table.
Director Ascari has made a motion, I take it? You're making a motion.
I make a motion to, yes,
To
make
lay
a table.
B on the table to the next meeting, and
Okay.
it's been seconded by Director Ardani. Let's have a, Director Lee, your hand was up first.
No, favor of the motion. I favor.
You're in favor of the, oh, we're gonna,
Yeah, favor of.
okay. Okay, any other discussion, or are we ready for the vote?
No, vote.
All right, so all in favor of laying this motion B on the table, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, Director Bastani, how do you vote? In the positive, thank you,
Hands-
Director
hands is up.
Bastani. Director Torn, how is your vote?
Please state move again.
It's B, it's 13B, discuss 2021 operating deficit. Everybody here has given their vote in the favor of laying it on the table until the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
Thank
Okay, I'll
you,
vote for
Director Torn. Move on to 13C, discuss and consider rescinding Resolution 012052 membership trust transfer and the annual initial notification postpone 28 days for member review and comment to comply with Civil Code 4360. Who wants to lead the discussion on that? Director Blackwell? Do you want to take the lead on this or no?
Let's see.
Is that governing document?
No, I was thinking.
It's 13C.
This is 13.
We have Pamela here.
13C, we have Pamela Bashline here to explain it to us.
All right, directors, we're going to ask Pamela Bashline from staff to explain this for us, please. Pamela, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, directors. I'd like to start by letting you know that your item 11D as in Delta in today's agenda, is an example of the checklist that this recommendation to rescind the resolution refers to.
Hold on,
Staff?
11D?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Staff is recommending that this resolution 012052 be rescinded. You have some performance indicators that propose to reduce your paperwork and staff's paperwork by 20%. This resolution actually increases your paperwork and mine. So let me start off by saying that the landscape has changed since 2020 when you adopted this resolution. You sought a means, according to our background, of achieving oversight over certain staff activities. You delegated responsibility to staff, but you wanted to have oversight of how we were handling that responsibility. And that related to membership transfers. And included with that was the review of first-time subleases. So the two checklists that you see on 11D, one is a checklist review confirmation for both activities. And it was patterned after the resolution that you adopted in compliance with California Civil Code, requiring a review by directors on your board of your financial report. And so this resolution was patterned after that, and you can see from the checklist the certain things that, in this case, 2 board members were expected to review. Initially, it started off with the board secretary and 1 other. Prior to this board, when Director Addington was on your board, she was the sole person reviewing these checklists. It started off with 2. I don't know who the first person was, but she ended up being the sole proprietor. And at some point, the board said, why don't you change this checklist? Why do you have room for 2 signatures when there's only 1 person signing it? So the checklist was modified to reflect just one signature. So with respect to renewal sublease applications, you all know that the volume of subleases in United and Third has always been greater than your ability to digest them in a very time-sensitive manner. In United, you have about 9% going up subleases first time, or not first time, but 9% subleases. United has 27, 28%. That's a huge volume of documents that have to be reviewed. And so your board, like Third, identified Catherine Laster, the Director of Services, and myself to sign off on these documents on your behalf. Whether or not a sublease, I'm starting with that first, just so I can follow along with this background report. The staff's vetting process is the same in either case, whether it's a first-time sublease or renewal sublease. We look at all of the same factors, and I've outlined what those things are that we look for. We look to see that there's a written sublease agreement. We look to see that there's a credit report and a nationwide background check. We want to see that the sublease application that you all have established is also completed and turned in, and that the payment of fees as appropriate is handled. We look at the history of violations, delinquencies, and late payments, and in general, most of those subleases don't present any problems, and so Catherine or I sign off on those. But in any event, when a sublease is problematical for some reason, those come to the board. They come to the board, to whoever the assigned directors are for that week. They come without a staff report. They come with staff notes at the bottom of the page letting you know why we think you want to look at these candidates. And I don't have examples to give you, but the cover sheet will give you examples. If I look at membership transfers, in 2020, when you adopted the resolution, membership transfers were not being administered in accordance with your bylaws. Your bylaws say that outside of a resale, the only time that a membership transfer shall occur is if a member dies, leaving no surviving member. However, somehow there were many transfers done outside of that authority. People could change memberships, like somebody changes a pair of socks. I want to remove this person. I want to add that person. And it was not appropriate. And so when that became obvious to us, we said, whoa, ho, the only membership transfers that I or Catherine sign off on are members that you have already approved, and the members want to put their membership into their own living trust. That's it. Any other requests for membership transfers, and when you go home this afternoon, you'll be very happy to see that you have one in your inbox. All other membership transfers require you to determine whether you're going to add somebody. The case that is going to get to you this afternoon is an individual who got married and wants to add a spouse. So that spouse had to provide all of this information that we typically look for. They together satisfy your regulations, but staff doesn't have the authority to add a member. That is a privilege reserved to the board of directors, and so those are the membership transfers that come to you. So my perception of this resolution is that really it's a redundant process. It's unnecessary. At any time, any director going through your chain of command with your president who wanted to look at information on transfers or subleases, we're certainly happy to cooperate. But this particular item that requires us to segregate our activity each month, a new checklist to be created, an arrangement with a director or directors to come in and review those packets and sign off, I don't think serves you well, and it doesn't serve staff well either. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Pamela. Do we have any questions for Pamela?
I have a question.
Director Ascari?
Yes. To make sure I understand correctly, by this motion, we're just not seeing this paper anymore? I mean, this 11D, that's it?
Correct.
That's the only things?
Correct.
And may I ask when this passed to be here? Who asked? I mean, previous board or how long ago? There was a reason that this was here.
I don't recall exactly. I think the board requested it, and I think it was because of the resolution having to do with financial reports. How would you look at membership transfers, which were very different then than they are today, and the sublease activity?
And it's still, another question, is still for any sublease or comms, you are sending to the directors for review, correct? Like normal that we are receiving every week?
If they don't measure up to those qualifications that you've asked us to look for.
Okay, so but if it is like this, you are not sending to us. You just approve and then keep going?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the difference. We don't need it to approve. And you said many paper. This is just one paper. How much we save? You said many redundant paper.
Because the paperwork that constitutes the application for each sublease or each membership transfer, that's where the multitude of paperwork is. But the time to set it aside for your oversight is where the savings would occur. So at the time that you created this, you wanted to save 20% of your time and paperwork. And this actually did the reverse. I don't know what percentage it added to you, but it adds, not subtracts.
Are we against bylaw if we say, if we agree today?
No, I don't believe so.
Because in the bottom says by law of resolution this, at the beginning of the first line says by law of resolution 012052. My question is, if we voted yes today, are we against our own bylaw?
No, I don't believe
Then what
so.
is this bylaw of resolution?
I was trying to explain
This
how
one on the top.
before this recognition of the misadministration of bylaws was recognized, there were many membership transfers that the board dealt with. And they were dealt with inappropriately because your bylaws say the only time this can occur is if a member dies, leaving no surviving member.
Well, the writing here says something else. I don't know. Can you read the first paragraph? It's page 1. They said by way of the resolution of this, the board director is supposed to do this one. I just don't want it to do anything against the
I'm
law.
sorry, which page are you referring
Page
to?
11D, agenda 11D, page 1, the first page. The one that the President Liberator signed. Page 1,
Got it.
agenda item 11D.
So your resolution says that the board of directors, you have delegated the authority to staff as an authorized agent to sign off on these forms, to sign off on the applications. But on a monthly basis, this is your rule, not part of your bylaws. A subcommittee of the board consisting of your secretary and at least one other director shall randomly check select applications for completeness and conformance with established rules and regulations.
Okay, so I guess we are not against bylaw. Okay.
Not against the
That's-
bylaws.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ascari. Director Cash Aquicar.
I think what is happening here is
I
we're
had
trying
my
to
hand
give.
up.
What?
Well, calling on the board members who are present, then I go to the Zoom callers. Director Cash Aquicar has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What are we talking about here is to get the authority away from the directors to the staff. We really need to have control as directors as to what happens in the community. I don't like this approach to get away, the transfer, the authority from directors down to the staff at this time or anywhere in the future. What is the purpose of directors to be there? Is to be able to control what goes on in the community. We can't allow this.
Yeah.
I'm against this.
Okay, thank Director Cash Aquicar. Director Blackwell.
Oh, I was going to yield to Pam, but what this does is this saves us from doing something every year that doesn't need to be done by us every year. It's not going to cause big fights. It's not going to cause anything. We could require every sublease to come back to us every year, plus every resale, okay? And now that, we only have 6-8 people now that can do it. And we're already doing 2 or 3 weeks a month, every day. So do you want us to double our load, or shall we lighten our load? These are repeats, or are they additions to a trust? If I'm Maggie Blackwell and I change my name to Maggie Blackwell Living Trust, that means we have to sign that, even though it's the same person involving the same people. Do you want us to do that?
Yes.
You're specific about certain items.
Blackwell has the floor.
So I say that if it is a repeat item, or if it is a self-to-self, like to a trust, we're not changing people. That's not going to change your income. It's not going to change your history. It's not going to change your age. It's not going to change where you live. It's really not going to change anything, except then your heirs have a faster way of getting it. And so that's what I think. I don't see that we need to control anything that is so similar. Go ahead. That's it.
Thank you, Director Blackwell. Director Bastani.
Yeah, I have several comments on this. First comment is that we have to segregate this sublease from transfer. The amount of paperwork that is claimed, most of it is because of sublease. We have a few transfers. Secondly, transfer can be used on a lot of cases. I'll give you some examples. If somebody is terminally sick and he wants to transfer his membership to his son, he can use this transfer to do that. And it will minimize later on the legal costs of getting the attorney and others to change the ownership. If we don't do that, then the option that is being proposed by Pamela is to go through a purchase agreement. A purchase agreement will mean the resident has to pay to real estate agent, to escrow officer, then to GRF, and put all these money just to change the name. And the same applies to what Maggie said. If he wants to change this to a living trust, if you don't have transfer, it's going to go to the purchase agreement. That's what I'm against this. It just helps the bodies that I mentioned, real estate agent, escrow officer, and GRF, to make money out of a simple transfer. So giving this, as Cash mentioned, authority to VMS is not prudent, and I'm against it totally. And I have talked on this issue with previous CEO Jeff Parker at length, but he never came back to me as to the resolution. Thank you. That's
Thank
my
you,
comment.
Director Bastani. Director Andre Torn.
Thank you. About this issue, I have to remind us we are directors. We do directive. We don't do execution. Going over the document and making sure the decision is right or wrong is execution. It's not directive, okay? And however, we have to understand we need to trust them, but we need to verify them. So first, I want to know what's the percentage of different opinions that board made based on recommendation. Okay, VMS recommended yes, approval, but we decide to deny, or vice versa. If more than 1%, then we got a problem. 5-10%, we got a problem there. Okay, I would say that we need to look into their standard operation procedure. Something's wrong with their standard operation procedure that caused this kind of discrepancy. Also, there is another alternative that we can verify, which is the board can sample the membership transfers and see if there's anything that's different from what we against our directive. Okay, against the processes, against our principle, and also look at a complaints. Okay, there are various ways to do that, but in my opinion, we do directives. We don't do execution. And we trust, but we verify. There are different ways of doing these things. We don't have to do everything. There are many, many other things about every dollar that's involved with execution. We don't get involved with that. We trust them, but we want to verify. All right? That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torn. And Pamela, I didn't want to stop every director, so could you sum up for us?
So Director Torn has used one of my favorite phrases, which is trust but verify. I would point out that by the time directors sign off on these checklists, the deals are already done. The sublessees have moved in. The asset is put in a member's trust. It's after the fact. It's not helpful. If you're not delegating staff's authority to usurp your obligations. I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Thank you, Pamela. Director Diane Casey.
Well, one of the things I understand, it's just that this whole resolution required a monthly process that had to be done. Now, with the new one, they still have to go through checklists and things like that, but we don't have a monthly process where we have to randomly check these things. But we could, if we wanted to. If we wanted to see a sublease system, we could go in and request it, and satisfy our curiosity. But to do it monthly, I mean, I don't think I've ever done this, in the time I've been reviewing. I've been reviewing co-occupancy and things like that, but not subleases. So I know I made this motion at the governing docs, but.
Thank you, Director Casey. Director Ardani.
Sorry, Pamela. These things is not for the resale, just from one membership to the family or just transferring that certification. Am I right?
Membership to your trust.
To your
That's
trust.
it. If there's anything else It goes to the board of directors.
No, I means that Director Bastani says about the agent and escrow. I don't think so. We need these things to pay for the GRF.
Historically, we have learned that people who want to visit Craig Shelley, who does trust and transfer matters, and you write a check for $50, and he spends 2 to 8 hours compiling and analyzing all of the documents to get it ready. We find that in quite a few of those cases, money has changed hands. It's not just somebody giving it to his brother. It's not somebody just giving it to or taking away somebody else. They have paid money. It is not a non-monetary transfer. And people abuse that privilege. And we have, since we recognize the misadministration of the bylaws, have been routinely sending people to escrow. And they too are finding, oh, well, this person bought this one out and this was the fee. It's to the betterment of your community to put those transactions in the place that they belong.
No, it means that we always check the financial qualification for the other person that wanted to transfer that membership. That one for sure. But why we should involve the escrow and,
Because when an escrow is involved, there is an inspection of the manor. Prior to this, there were decades, generation to generation to generation, a membership was transferred to family members. No inspection was ever made of that unit. So, you have a vacant manor inspection policy now. Every 6 months or year, whatever that policy is, you ask that those units be looked into. So from the beginning of time for United Mutual, some have never had any inspection. So whether it's alterations, whether it's your infrastructure, your plumbing, your what have you that you want to look at, making sure the smoke detectors are in place, or all of those safety issues that are a concern are now looked at in this situation. Furthermore, when it goes to escrow, the change of membership is codified by memorandums that are recorded. Those that are just going to Craig's desk, let's say Joe Schmo is putting his membership in his trust, that doesn't get recorded. It could be, and your counsel might recommend that it should be, but at this point it's not. So there are many benefits to you as a corporation. You are running a business. There are benefits to your corporation to having it go through an escrow process.
Okay, I understand that, but why GRF? Because Director Bastani said GRF too. The GRF, that now is over 7,000. If somebody's wanna, for example, my father wanna give us me, we should again pay for 7,000.
Sure.
No, I just want to check with Pamela. I don't know.
The GRF resolution, as I recall it, says that if you have owned a membership for 2 or more years, you do not have to pay again.
Okay. Even when transfer. Okay, the only things that you are concerned about it goes through escrow till we can do the inspection and we do all the safety stuff and then transfer it to another person.
Correct.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you, Director Bastani. Director Bastani.
May I?
That one makes sense.
May I?
You have the floor, Director Bastani.
Thank you. I have to correct that comment from Pamela. First, the reason I said GRF was that if we don't go through transfer, we have to go through a purchase agreement. If you go to a purchase agreement, all these entities, the real estate agent, the escrow, and GRF will take their share of any purchase. And this is unfair for the resident. He just wants to transfer his unit to his son, let's say. And he has to pay about $20,000 for this cost, which only benefits his outside agents. And what is the benefit to the United States? What's claimed here is reduces the paperwork, which is basically nothing. This is also in our bylaws. If we want to change the bylaws, we have to go to an amendment procedure. We cannot do it by resolution here. And the amendment procedure, if you look at it, either residents have to vote for it, or if it's the directors, in certain cases, 2/3 of directors have to vote for it. We cannot just change it because it's gone to a committee and the committee has approved it. So I want to directors to take a look at this. Also, about cash mentioned, this is transfer of our authority of the directors to VMS to do what they please. And it's against the authority of the board. It's reducing the authority of the board and increasing the authority of VMS. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bastani. Director Torn.
Let's the Pamela answer.
All right, Pamela, I'm sorry. Pamela, you want to answer?
very much.
You want me to wait till, you want me to let this all go?
Go ahead and have the director first.
All right, Director Torn.
Yes,
This guy.
Director Pamela mentioned, VMS Pamela mentioned that what if I made a mistake and the residents already moved in, whereas without board members of review. Okay, here I am trusting VMS will do their job based on their SOP. If they follow the SOP and still there are issues that they cannot determine, okay, confuse them, they need to bring up to the board. Okay, but if they don't follow their SOP and they made a mistake, VMS will be personally liable for the mistake they make. Okay, but my concern is that if VMS is not comfortable making the decisions their own, they have doubts that they may make mistakes and they need board involvement. I am having trouble with that. Okay, I would suggest that VMS find somebody who can do the job and follow the SOP, develop the right SOP, and get it done right way. Instead of board members need to get involved. If VMS staff are not comfortable, any VMS not comfortable with what they're doing, they suspect they may make a mistake, and they need to board to go watch over their shoulder. I don't think that's the right way that we probably hired the wrong management services. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torn. Okay, Pamela?
I just would like to remind the board that your membership certificate is not an estate planning tool. If you want to leave your membership to your offspring, prepare a trust, write a will. Those are estate planning tools. This is a membership in your corporation, and an individual had to qualify to gain that privilege. On another rabbit trail, if you will. So I've been here for quite a few years, and I don't believe United or Third has ever reviewed and qualified each lessee or sublessee that came in. There has always been too many for the board to handle. That responsibility was delegated to staff.
Yeah.
And only troublesome situations were brought to your attention because we're not the deciders, we're just the messengers. So I hope those thoughts will help you in your decision-making today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pamela. And let's go back there.
Okay.
And we're deciding on this resolution and the recommendation. I have the floor, please. We have a resolution on the floor to rescind this resolution 01, what the heck is it? 01-2052. So don't forget, that's what we're here about, to rescind this resolution. Do we need any further discussion? Are we ready for the vote?
Just Mr. Bastani wants to say something and then go for vote maybe.
He's already talked twice.
Well,
All right, Bastani, what do you got to say? This is your third time now.
Yes, a lot of people talk 4 times.
No, I didn't let people
talk.
talk 4 times. Let me correct you right there. You're wrong. Now, if you got something to say, say it.
The residents came in and talked. We didn't stop them.
What do you have to say? Are you in favor of this or not? You have something to say about this? We're deciding whether to accept or to turn it around. What do you want?
Please respect each other.
Before going to...
You're out of order, Director Torn.
Before going to vote, I want to comment.
Not torn.
Your comment, this is your third comment.
Yes, it can be 4th or 5th as well. We want to resolve this issue. We don't want you to say that you finished this thing. When
Don't discuss me. You're not discussing me. You're discussing this thing that's on the
I'm
agenda.
discussing what Pamela said.
Stop doing that.
Making a will is what she suggested, but that involves cost of getting attorneys as well, and cost of transfer. The whole idea is to reduce the cost to the residents, and that proposition doesn't achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bastani. Are we ready for the vote?
Yeah.
All right, we're voting on
May I ask?
No, it's getting too late. You're out of order.
President Libertor? President Libertor, did we get anyone who made the motion and seconded?
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Who made the motion?
We have a resolution. We're either going to pass it or we're not going to pass it.
I'll move
Thank
the
you.
resolution. Diane, you second it?
Yes.
And second by Dan. All right. All in favor of rescinding this 01-2052, raise your hand. Anybody in favor of this?
May I clarify what the move is? What do we want? Do we want to?
We're voting on. We're voting on rescinding this resolution. 01-2052.
Let me ask you my confusion.
This is the 5th time.
No, you've already talked. We're going for the vote. All in favor of rescinding this resolution, raise your hand. Okay, all those against it, raise your hand. All right, so Andre Torn, Director Torn, you voted for or against?
I don't understand the vote, the move, so that's
Well, that's
why
not my problem.
I have no clue
You got
what
the
it is.
resolution in front of you. You for or against it?
What is, well, do you want me, would you clarify my confusion?
What clarify? You have the resolution in front of you. Are you for it or against it?
Yes or no?
You asked the question. Let me answer your question.
No, I want you to vote. It's voting time. Yes or no?
I don't know what I'm voting.
Abstain.
I have questions. I have confusions on that.
No, just read the motion. So it's not.
All right, I'll read it.
You see what time it is?
That's okay.
All right.
I can read it.
Read the motion, Diane.
Okay.
Casey.
Rescinding resolution
It's almost 2 o'clock.
I know.
01-2252 membership trust transfer. Board oversight of sublease activity is not referenced in Resolution 01-2052 and should be discontinued. Because the board infrequently receives membership transfers requests when a material change of ownership occurs, it has oversight of the process. The simple transfer of membership vesting by board-approved members into a revocable living trust does not appear to require further board oversight. Pamela Bashline presented sublease and transfer of trust documents along with review of Resolution 01-2252. The committee members made comments and asked questions. Diane Casey made a motion to rescind the resolution 01-2052 membership trust transfer, and it was approved by unanimous vote, and the motion carried.
This is not motion. She's reading.
All right,
So, how do you vote, Andre?
all right, all in favor of going along, we're on 13C, asking to rescind motion 01-2052. All in favor of that, raise your hand. Paul, you have a count?
Does Andre, Director Torn, have a question, or is he raising his hand?
No, these are
I'm
favor.
against.
We're voting right now. All
Bring
against-
your hand, Reza. This is favor.
In favor.
He's in favor?
No, he's not in favor.
Oh,
He's
he's
just.
All right, Paul, do you have a count? This is getting crazy here, these people.
So,
4 people is favor.
Paul, give me the count, please.
so in
Raise your
favor,
hands, all
so far in
of-
favor, I have Director Torn. Is that correct?
No, 4 people is.
I'm against it.
Oh, he's, okay.
Okay.
All in favor of the resolution to
So-
rescind this, raise your hand. What do you count?
4 right now.
4.
Yes.
Director Bastani, what's your vote?
I'm against the resolution.
Your vote,
Okay.
please, yes or no?
Against, they said.
I don't
Director
understand
Torn,
your.
what's your vote?
No, I'm not.
Confusing
All right, all
everything.
here on the board in favor of no, raise your hand.
So 5 no.
5,
So,
yeah,
Paul,
4
what's the,
yes,
what's the
5
vote
no.
count?
5 no.
Paul,
We have 4 yes and 5 no's.
4 against?
Yes. 4 for rescinding, which is a yes vote, and 5 nay.
All right, so it fails then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm against the resolution.
Yes, it's fair.
Did I get it right? It
Okay.
failed, right?
Yeah.
All right. All right, 14, director's comments. Let's start with.
Oh no, please, can we escape? Mr. President, can we escape
Well, I
this?
can't hear you. What are you saying?
Can we escape it because we do that a lot of
Yes, it's
times?
2:00 and we have closed session.
Well, no, we got an agenda, right? You approved the agenda.
It's 2:00.
All right, yeah, I know that. That's not my problem.
Okay.
Talk to some of the other directors. All right, item 14, director's comments. Let's start with Director Lee.
Just pass.
I have no comment.
Thank you. Director Cash Akrakar.
Let's keep the meeting short.
Director Ross.
No comment.
Director Diane Casey.
No comment.
Director Blackwell.
I'm ashamed.
Okay, keep going.
That's
I'm
nice.
ashamed.
Director Ardani.
No comment.
Director Ascari.
No comment.
Director Bastani.
This meeting has been conducted terribly bad. Period.
Director Torn.
We spend too much time arguing rather than listening.
No kidding. No kidding. No kidding. All right, move on.
Mr. President, can we move that these are just report, we escape because it's 2:00 and we have a, can we
Well,
make
what-
a
are you
motion?
making a
Can we
motion?
make, yes, I would like to make a motion to escape this report because all residents that they are watching, these reports is in the website and is very long.
I second it.
All right, well,
Okay.
let's get the motion though, so it can be
And already
archived.
seconded.
What's the motion? The motion.
The motion
to-
is we pass
to-
agenda of number 15, 16, 17, 18, all together.
All right, she's making a motion to
And already
not
second.
read that, not conduct those motions. Do we have those, everybody understand that?
Yes.
Is there a
Yes.
second?
Yes, I
Yes.
second.
All in favor of that?
Yes.
All right, it goes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna faint.
All right, so now we're in recess. It's 1:56. So we'll be in recess till 2:30. Is that okay?
5 minutes for lunch?
2:30.
5 minutes?
No.
2:30.
We'll see you on the 19th.